Yeah.
Look at the cost on the bin, kill it!
Ticking on gas, rapping.
Push through, too cool, they can take us. Break rules, you know we're the ones they afraid of. Afraid of, afraid of, afraid of, afraid of, afraid of.
Give me slow, give me slow. Am I not? No.
Ain't no stopping us, we impossible. Straight to the top. We're the top dogs, we not. Too cool, let me play with it. So close, I can taste it. See it's coming, coming. No, want it.
This is worth living for.
No matter what, I'ma make it. Do it for real, I can't fake it.
I got a knock on that guy.
Big numbers coming in from C9 Abrolelli.
And Cloud9 is going to do it. What a game from them. Let's go!
That's how we do it, boys.
Chugging along, you gotta carry the weight. Blisters under your palms, it's not a...
Esports Arena with a chance to clean up the mess. And oh, will they clean it up? Noct heading over to the left-hand side. He's got the car in his hand, and it's a drive-by, baby.
No matter what, I'ma make it. Do it for real, I can't fake it.
We haven't seen many Bojack clips, but there's one for the record book.
Oh
my God! Huge for CLG.
Do it for real, I can't fake it. I'm nothing to play with. Can't stop.
Esports Arena, they are cleaning up. Skittle Cake adding 4 heads to his record.
Let's go, boys.
The fight is about to go down between the two as Duplex moves in.
Too easy. ESA not missing a shot. And Mark, you called it perfectly. Oh
Go,
my
baby.
God.
4 in a row.
I know that I am making it, no limits. I'll be taking it until I am your favorite.
Skittle Cakes, he's fighting a battle that just may not be won. The Caustic and ESA have brought this all home, but not quite to the finish line. It'll have to be 4. And Liquid with Gildersons as the new addition will take down Sweet, who claims 2nd place.
I'ma show you I'm nothing to play with.
What up, Apex fam, and welcome to day 2 of the North American Apex Legends Global Series Pro League. We are live from the dropship flying across Storm Point and World's Edge this time, as I am Fallout, joined alongside 2 brilliant casters, analysts in the competitive Apex scene. Day 1 was historic, with ESA absolutely dominating, 123-point performance from them. Something tells me day 2 is about to be even better with the likes of TSM, Sentinels, Torrent, Complexity, and so many more. Tom, Glitter, how are we feeling? How excited are we for today?
I'm stoked, Glitter. I know you're stoked. We have so many heavy hitters in here, and it's so tough to follow up that performance from Esports Arena, but we'll find out how these players do today.
I mean, I expected these teams to kind of come out of the gate with a bang, but ESA has set the bar very, very high, and now I'm excited. Like you said, John, there's TSM, Sentinels, those teams that we've been looking at, they're in this lobby. Are they going to meet that bar that ESA has set?
Yeah, that's a great point. I tweeted out yesterday, tried manifesting it. Just imagine TSM comes out swinging today trying to beat that performance from ESA. I will actually lose my mind. But it could easily be Sentinels. I mean, Sentinels was the record holder tied with Cloud9 before that. As you take a look here at the overall groups in the Pro League, yesterday we had groups B versus C. And obviously it was fairly stacked. You had NRG, Atlanta Premier, Cloud9, Team Liquid, Esports Arena, Furia, 100 Thieves, and more. But take a look at groups A and D. I mean, these are truly the 2 groups of death in my opinion. And this is a matchup that is absolutely stacked. I mean, geez. TSM, G2, Renegades, top 3 on the left. Sentinels, Torrent, Complexity, Space Station, top teams on the right. Tom, any other teams that you're looking out for today?
There's a lot of teams that you have to watch out for, but specifically I'm looking after teams that have been doing consistent in the Esports Arena weeklies and scrims, and that is really Renegades and G2, TSM, a lot of those teams in Group A, like you were talking about, that group of death, but there's also some notable teams on the right.
Yeah, and I mean, obviously, we're going to be talking about those big names, but I gotta do a shout-out right now, okay, guys? We've got TDG down there at the bottom. You'll notice, you'll recognize a name on the roster. Chat, this is Girl. If you don't know who Girl is, she's obviously one of our friends. She is a colleague, a commentator, an amazing Apex Legends streamer, and now pro. Added to the resume, okay? In the ALGS, she went from casting alongside us. Now she's playing for us. This is fantastic, Fallout.
Yeah, they're spot on. The first woman to qualify for the North American Pro League, so big congrats to Girl. Of course, it wouldn't be anyone else in NA. Absolute fragger. She's been here before in ALGS competitions. Excited to see what she can do. And guess what? They qualified, and now they're competing on Storm Point. For the very first time, we will have Storm Point joining World's Edge, reminiscent of the old days where we had World's Edge and Kings Canyon in the competitive cycle. I'm so glad that we now have 2 maps back. There's some diversity. You get to change things up. Some teams might shine on Storm Point. Some teams might shine on World's Edge. Different team comps on different maps. We saw a lot of that yesterday. So first 3 games will be on Storm Point. Last 3 games will be on World's Edge. That's what you can expect from the action today. And of course, Glitter and Tom will be kicking us off in Game 1 on Storm Point. We'll have Vicky Kitty and James Bardoff for Games 2, 4, and 6. And you can, of course, watch our blabbling faces and talking heads all day long, but you can also watch Multiview. And if you aren't familiar with the Multiview feature, we heard your feedback loud and clear. We know you loved it from the playoffs, and guess what? Excited to share that Multiview is back, all of Split 2 Pro League. You can watch Multiview by clicking the Command Center button right by the follow button below the stream, which means you can watch your favorite teams, their POV, the players. You can hear their comms in addition to watching the main broadcast. Watch your way, the way you want to watch, with 4 different POVs side by side at once. And you can experience everything from the drop to looting, every strategic rotation, every clean wipe, every clutch play, every kill, every final circle through the eyes of the players you want to watch, the teams you want to watch. This is the ALGS like you've never seen it before. So make sure to enjoy that multi-view feature all day long. It's pretty awesome, Glitter.
Yeah, honestly, I think it might be my favorite feature that has ever been added to esports as a whole, ever. Okay, being able to get a little bit of perspective from either multiple teams or multiple players on a team, and it's all in the control of the viewers. I love that. And it makes it so much more interesting.
Yeah, Glitter, I completely agree. And like that gas, but spectator mode would like to have a conversation with you because, that back in the day it was a struggle. I'm just saying, broadcasting esports matches. Now, but jokes aside, Multiview is an amazing, amazing feature. Make sure to check it out by clicking the Command Center button. And, of course, only on Twitch, twitch.tv/playapex, not on our YouTube stream, which you can, of course, enjoy in 4K as well. But with that said, we talked about it a lot. ESA clean wiped their lobby yesterday, right? This lobby, something tells me, might be a little bit different just because it's an absolutely stacked lobby. And while there's a lot of teams to look out for, I know y'all picked 3 teams in particular. Glitter, start to talk me through your teams to watch. Kick us off. Who you got first?
Yeah, I mean, we already mentioned it. There's obviously loads of teams, heavy hitters in these groups today that we're going to be talking about. But the first team we want to touch on is obviously Sentinels. I mean, Sentinels was the #1 team coming out of Split 1 for Pro League. Then they were able to pull down a 4th place finish for those Split 1 playoffs. And this is a team that we have talked about time and time again. I mean, they are insanely aggressive. They're insanely consistent. They were a team that people were trying to avoid for a lot of Split 1. So they are someone we're going to see if they can continue repeating that type of a performance. But for me, Tom, the question is, will they be able to go up against the team that we're talking about next?
Lauren, listen, Lauren. I have something to say, and it's TSM. Watch out for them because you're going on Storm Point. You got to watch out for Reps with the charge rifle. The guy's the best charge rifle in NA. We're filling some big shoes for Snipe Down and doing such a great job. You wondered, how is ESA going to do? How is TSM going to do with these changes? Well, they both worked out really well for those teams.
Yeah, and then the final team we want to talk about is Torrent. Okay, obviously Sentinels, TSM, very established, doing well for themselves, but Torrent, a little bit more of an up and down kind of yo-yo situation going on for them during the split #1. They were 18th during Split 1 for Pro League, and then they were able to actually bounce all the way back up into 5th place for our Split 1 playoffs. So talk about a night and day performance. And then coming into Split 2 now, they actually are coming in off of a win for that Inertia Gamers 10K tournament. So they've got a little bit of momentum going for them, Fallout. So this could be a new Torrent.
Yeah, that's spot on. I love that diversity there, right? The first 2 teams very established, and the last team kind of a wild card, if you will, in the Torrent squad that I've had a lot of faith in, a lot of belief in. In my opinion, Arcane, one of the better IGLs in North America. I'm excited to see this Torrent squad and see what they can do. But then, of course, there's honorable mentions, right? There's G2, the Rolla Boys, who you always have to put respect on their name. You got Complexity. They can pop off at any moment. Space Station, who was looking like the most consistent team to start Split 1, but kind of died off and got a little quiet towards the end of the Split 1 Pro League. So definitely a lot of teams to keep an eye out for overall, but good to get your perspective on the 3 to keep an eye out for in particular. Well, from the 3 teams to watch right into predictions, I'm curious to hear who everyone thinks is going to win it all today. Obviously, very stacked lobby. TSM's in the lobby. Yesterday, almost everyone went with NRG, was disappointed. Let's take a look today. All right, TSM, 3/5 of the crew here going with the boys in the black and white. Meanwhile, the other black and white squad, G2. Tom, you're going with G2. James going with Sentinels. Tom, starting with you. Why'd you pick G2 and go against the grain here?
Well, because controller, I'm a controller player, so I got to go with the aim assist, boys. But, mainly I just wanted to be different, and I'm glad me and James are switching things up. You guys are just being too obvious here.
Oh, all right, Glitter.
Listen.
Meanwhile.
Okay, it might be obvious, but first of all, did you see the TSM comeback in those play? Did you forget about the playoffs already, Tom? And Fallout, I'm not going to lie, I had to try and steal a little bit of your juju from yesterday, being the only person that picked ESA because, dang, I need some of that.
Hell yeah, I'm just pouring out juju today, all right? I'm telling you, TSM, I bet against them in the playoffs in my kind of prediction because I had felt like I was giving TSM a little too much gas, so I let off the gas a little bit. I'm full-blown back in the steam train that is TSM. I mean, their performance is obviously remarkable in terms of what we saw in Split 1. They've been practicing. I think they're going to pick up right where they left off. But I also know, kind of manifested a little bit tweeting yesterday, can TSM beat that record that was set by ESA? I hope they come out swinging. It's going to be a ton of fun to see if they can do it overall. But, of course, you also have Complexity, Space Station, so many other teams. I really do hope a couple of the Challenger Circuit teams make some noise. We saw a few of them yesterday really, really perform and show some kind of signs of greatness. But that's one thing I love about this format overall is that anyone can qualify through this open kind of format. Tom, I know you had a chance to kind of grind your way through the ranks as a pro before you started casting.
Yeah, and one of the things to keep in mind when you're going through those different type of changes is each lobby needs to be played a little bit differently. So when you play this, you're going to be hunkering down. It's going to be a lot slower, but you have to be ready to play the edge when you are starting to qualify, and that creates a lot of kill opportunities, and that's not some of the things that the teams are thinking about, and they're not adjusting quick enough. So that's something to keep in mind for sure.
Yeah, that's a good point in terms of playstyle for early game, playing edge versus rotate. But then there's also ESA who plays edge, but somehow manages to get the God spot, the best position in every single late game. They were getting it for free yesterday. I don't know how they did that, but again, in this lobby today, I think that might be a little bit different, that's for sure. So we kind of set the stage. We talked about a lot of the pro teams competing today, the Challenger Circuit teams that have qualified from Split 1. And of course, there's the Challenger Circuit going on right now as well. My boy Nick Merckx trying to grind through the ranks with his team, Luda and Deeds. Going to keep a close eye out for them and other Challenger Circuit squads. But you love that format overall. That's going to be it for us on the desk to kick things off because guess what? Game 1 is ready. We're going to jump right into Storm Point with Game 1. T-Squared, Glitter, take it away.
Oh, all right. Thank you so much, Fallout Tom. I am so excited to get into our games for today, specifically because... And we need to talk about this a little bit. Obviously, it was talked about yesterday. It's the same format for today, but we've got a new map that is now in the mix, and it's changing things up, whether that's going to be playstyle, whether that's going to be, comps on your team, just the meta in general. I mean, this is so much for these players to adjust for at the beginning of this split.
Yeah, all new zones to have to go and memorize, all new landing spots and POIs for everybody to get used to the rotations. And there's always a checklist of priority spots, just like Fallout was talking about, these God spots. There's going to be multiple God spots that kind of trickle down to where you are going to be able to get into these positions. But you hit the nail on the head. There's going to be different legend compositions, also going to be kind of different loadouts. And we're kind of joking about how Reps is going to be rocking the charge rifle. It's really not a joke, Glitter. It's really strong on Stormpoint with how open everything is. We're going to be seeing some Bangalores. Gibraltar's still going to be a very high pick rate, but it's really exciting to watch and kind of grow with these players as we get to cast our first Stormpoint matches to watch how they adjust week after week in the Pro League as well.
And we have to talk about what's in the crafter, right? Because that was another thing we were talking about while we were kind of waiting to get everything going. That could also play into some of the guns that we're going to be seeing today because I believe there's a turbocharger that might be available. So that could be interesting.
Hey, that could also be why I picked G2, right? Those controller boys on the turbocharger, the devotion, the havoc. That's going to be really slapping hard. But yeah, it always makes a huge difference because we were talking about Bangalore potentially. If there's a digi threat in the crafter, makes Bangalore much more viable. So it's really exciting to see what the adjustments are going to be, how everyone's going to go about their business. And one thing's for sure, people are going to be pinging a lot of energy ammo today.
Oh, absolutely. It's gonna be interesting to see if that also plays into some of the drops that we will potentially see. We'll do a quick little reminder for you guys as well for how the points and scoring works. Obviously, if you guys have been here before, you understand this. First place takes home 12 points, second place 9, so on and so forth. Down from there, 16th through 20th, going home with 0 placement points, which is less than an ideal way to start off your first day here for Split 2 of the ALGS. But Tom, do you think we're going to see, just because it's the beginning, day one, the first time these groups are going up against each other, new map on top of it, they're feeling each other out, potentially new comps, slower play style to figure things out for day one?
Definitely going to be a little bit slower. I think that the main goal is when you're playing on Stormpoint, you're trying to learn as much as possible. So, you know, avoiding 50-50s is always really important, but expect and anticipate within the first week there to possibly be 50-50s going on. There's usually a mutual respect among the teams. They even tweet out where they're going, right? They're like, hey, if you want to challenge us, we're going there. It's almost known as a grief unless you have beef with one of these teams. Like we've seen CLG and XSET going on over towards the Harvester side and fighting that off. If they're going to be in the same groups ever, that's going to be really exciting to go and see. But yeah, it's really fun to watch Stormpoint because, again, it's a learning curve. Everybody's going to go and try to get into these end zones because they want that experience.
I mean, it's even going to be a learning curve for us because we've been casting on World's Edge for how long now? And we're so used to the rotations, the play style. I mean, we know where to expect certain teams to go, what they're going to do, how they're going to do it. And it's almost like we get in a groove with the players as well. And now we're on Stormpoint. Everything is changed. And I actually think it's going to be really exciting. I'm also looking forward to, and, you know, we've mentioned it a couple times, but seeing some more variety in those team comps for our squads. Obviously on this map there's a lot more verticality in play, right? And so when we're looking at those mobility legends, and we've seen a lot of use of Ashe already, but she could be even more useful. Obviously Valk, I don't know if we're going to see any Horizon, but just that option being there is something new for these players.
May see some Horizon, maybe 1 or 2 in the lobby, but that's a great point with Ashe, is being able to use the ultimate to get back on up the phase breach to get the height instead of going with a Wraith portal. You're going to see, again, Hal is going to be rocking that when he's playing on World's Edge, most likely going to go with Wraith, definitely going to go with Ashe instead. You're going to see Valkyrie. So double rotations coming out with TSM with Valkyrie and with Ashe. Rep's still going to be on that Gibraltar, but I anticipate that to be the most common composition that we're going to see, but it's going to be exciting to see if people make adjustments, not just today, but through map to map, game to game, and week after week.
Yeah, I mean, I'm ready to get into it, guys. We are just getting our players loaded in for this first game. Don't worry, we're diving in as soon as possible. Until then, you're just kind of hanging out with me and Tom here, and we are just as excited as you are to get into these games. I think what's also going to be interesting, and it's obviously going to be something that is learned throughout the split, is just being able to make all of these adjustments mid-tournament, right? Because they're doing the first half of the day on Stormpoint with whatever their comp and gun selections are for the first half of the day, and then having to switch that up for the second half of the day. I think some teams will handle that well, but we talked about how from Split 1 to Split 2, we do have some of our teams that came in and they are new here. This is going to be their first time in the ALGS playing against a lot of these heavy hitters, and will those small changes throw them off at all, Tom?
I think what you're going to notice is teams kind of bullying other teams, right? If you are a challenger team that kind of just made it in there, watch out for the TSMs, watch for these big orgs to come through. And I think that's what Esports Arena recognized yesterday, where they say, all right, well, we can kind of play this lobby a little bit differently. Just like Follow was saying, those God spots were not taken by some of these teams. As we hop on board with Girl, big shout out to Girl for making it the first female pro in the ALGS Pro League for North America. Congratulations. Was in her chat, told her I was secretly, not secretly rooting for her.
No bias or anything, but to be fair, I mean, we do have a little bit of a caster friend bias right now, so I'm glad we're able to start with them and see how they're going to fare here in our very first game of the day on Stormpoint. This should be exciting. Obviously, early on, looting phase, but already Havoc in hand for Girl, and you talked about the energy ammo being very valuable this time around.
You know what's valuable? This overlay. Can we just give them a round of applause to the production team over here? I love it. Also, the color coordinated changes going through. Now, when look at all these landing spots, you see no 50-50s taking place, and you get a good idea of where TSM is going to be landing, always in the middle of that map. We don't have a scan onto where zone number 2 is going to be quite yet, but you can see a very central zone so far, and it's probably going to be favoring over towards that northern side. We'll see if we can get a scan on that soon, but we didn't get a chance to talk about Renegades that much, and Renegades has been playing Stormpoint phenomenally recently.
Yeah, and I mean, also speaking of Renegades, you guys saw that yesterday. There were so many roster changes, right? I'm looking at Madness. If we're talking about Renegades, that was a huge change for that squad. Seems to be paying off so far. Madness is a player that we've obviously known since the beginning of competitive Apex Legends, and it's nice to see him back in here.
Yeah, Madness, formerly of CLG, one of our more winningest players that we have in the ALGS. Also, just so strong on the entry frags. Love the way that he goes in there, gets his hands dirty, then bounces back out, always laying down some serious damage. No one really does it any better. But also, looking at that southern side of the map, we have some of our other teams, like, for example, Matt Pickett making his way back in there from Team Start a Fight. So I'm excited to see what he's going to do. If you don't have any background info on Matt Pickett, he used to only play Mirage. I love that about him. But now he's going to be rocking a handful of different legends. And we called it. With that turbocharger in there, even Hal's dropping his weapons and going, you know what? It is time for that turbocharger.
Oh, we knew it was going to happen, and this is why I love how many different variables there are when it comes to this game that can play into every single individual competitive game. I mean, the weekly changes on the crafter, it really makes a massive difference, like you were saying, whether that's a digi-site or for today, it's going to be the turbocharger. I think we're going to see a lot of Devos, and knowing how crazy these end zones get, Tom, it's going to be even worse. I'm just imagining like 4 or 5 Devos at once.
Yeah, that's going to be toxic to say the least. But one thing that is extremely toxic that we were kind of hoping to see is Reps with the charge rifle. I can't wait to see him do it. He had a 4K damage game in tournament play last week during the Esports Arena Weekly. It was just so fun to watch him lay down the shots because TSM's back to their own old ways, Glitter, especially on Stormpoint. They love going and getting to that God spot into the middle right now. And that's what a lot of these teams are going to do because just like we were talking about, they're not used to yet to the rotations that are going to happen like on World's Edge. So the best thing to do to get your points would be get to those end zones. You're also going to be getting good experience, good end zone knowledge throughout all of that and going through all of these situations that you need to be a great team. So really expecting that to continue to be the play style as we see the first skyward dive into the game very early for Renegades.
Yeah, I think the zones here are probably a little bit more predictable as well, so these teams are feeling a little bit safer about kind of getting in there early and being able to hedge their bets and being right with where they want to hold. So this is going to definitely, obviously, change the play style of a lot of these teams. Renegades, it looks like they made their skyward dive in an effort to reposition and potentially kind of gatekeep whoever's on the other end coming through here. So this could be some early damage, some potential early points for Renegades, which would be a nice start to their day.
Yeah, they're trying to set up some weird ambush play on over towards the side as we see what's going on with Team Nightmare. Loba becoming a lot more popular, and you're going to see again with this pick rate, a lot of Valkyrie, a lot of Gibraltar coming through. It's just such a strong kit when you talk about what they're able to offer. It's just a matter of what that third legend is going to be. Is it going to be Loba? Is it going to be Bangalore? Is it going to be Wraith? Ash, a handful of different options here as you see Crypto being put into play here by All Glory Gaming.
I was wondering if we were going to see any Crypto as well. I mean, we know that we see that typically a lot more in EMEA region than we do here in NA, but I love seeing a little bit of Crypto action here on Stormpoint, especially after the changes that were made to him. I think he's going to be a lot more useful now, so this is it's serving them well for now for AGG, and that's what we were talking about as well too. AGG being one of those teams that's come in from the Challenger circuit. They actually are dead center of this zone right now, Tom, and they definitely intend to hold this.
No better spot to be with a Crypto, right? Just continuing to hit those scans over and over again. On board with G2, taking a look at their loot. Not looking so hot, but we were wondering if we're going to see Horizon as well, and Designful is busting that out. So that's what I love about the current meta and the current state that we have here in Apex. Remember when we were just Wraith, Watson, Pathfinder? That's not the case anymore. Yes. We have so many different opportunities for these players to showcase their skills on how they've been perfecting their legends. But if you are going to be playing Edge right now, if you're G2, there's nothing wrong with hitting that crafter, making sure that you have all of your resources that you need to, and definitely making sure those white armors get upgraded to blue.
And I also love that the legend selection is illustrating how much the terrain, how these different maps really affects every single bit of strategy that these players are considering when it comes to trying to find what will be the most successful combination for them. I mean, like we were saying before, lots of verticality here on this map, and it's so much more wide open that you need the option to be mobile, whether that is vertically or just getting away from fights with the Valkyrie, the Ashe. I mean, I think that the fact that we're seeing all of these legends that have those options in play speaks volumes of what a good job they've done with balancing all of them too, proving that they're all useful.
Speaking of options, you at home, you have options. You saw the top in the command center. Use the Twitch multi-view experience. It's such a great opportunity to watch all of your favorite players. Hey, there's 4 different screens you could watch. There's only 3 players to a team. You could watch multiple teams. You could watch 4 teams. You could do whatever you want. Check it out.
Like you were saying before, Tom, you can't do it in sports ball. You can only do it here.
Yeah, you can't do that in sports ball. Esports, we don't have any refs, and you can watch whatever team you want from whatever point of view you want.
It truly is a unique experience. That's why I will always say that it's one of my favorite things that has ever been added to esports, because it's an entirely new, literal point of view for the viewers. So hopefully you guys are enjoying that. And speaking of a new point of view, we're on board now with Bad Boys, checking in with them, seeing how they're doing, holding right now. All of these teams really trying to avoid any engagements right now. I think they want to be the third party if they can, because they know that they are near multiple teams right now.
You know what my favorite addition to esports is? That Bardolph guy. I can't wait to see him cast a little bit later. I love that guy. But going on board with these teams and what they're doing coexisting over here, expect this to play very slow here. I mean, this is going to be... Oh, we got our first fight in the kill feed. You can see Mercy only with the knock. It's a wingman knock onto Gentrifying. Gentrifying, come on. I had you in my team's pick. You're my team. Don't go out this early.
No, they're just... What they're doing is they're lulling the teams into thinking that they're baiting them right now. Okay, they're forcing the fight because they want to get some damage. They're trying to get their shields up. This is a strategy play.
You know
it's
what's
fine.
crazy? Gooder, you probably aren't wrong, because that's what you got to watch out for G2. They're so on top of it in terms of, you know, crossing all of their T's, dotting all their I's, putting the bubbles down immediately when they need to, and they want to get up close and personal in these bubble fights. That's what they specialize in. But Mercy only answers right back. This is an absolute bloodbath at the start. You can see a battery being caught by the Valkyrie. And that's why G2 wants those bubble fights, Lauren. They take it to him.
Resulta. Oh my, that was insane. The readiness, though, of G2, like you were just saying, I mean, they knew that this was going to happen. They had the arc stars thrown out preemptively and the shotguns ready to have that super, like, CQC fight. I mean, that was such a strong start because, like I just said, they were leveling up their Evos, so now they're in a much better position shield-wise. They just got all of the loot off of those 3 bodies, so that's going to be huge when it comes to them staying safe for a little bit longer and then being able to make a safe rotation on the edge of the zone. And they just got some KP on the board. So this is fantastic for G2. I mean, a good call so far, Tom. Credit where credit's due.
You got to watch out for the gold backpack, and that's going to be one of those baits that you were talking about when we get the knock and they throw down their bubble. The other team's not going to know that they have the gold bag, and that's what makes G2 so special, is their ability to not only win these fights, but they would recover so quickly in terms of when one player gets knocked. They're also really good at resetting, because when they win the fights, they do so dominantly that it makes it seem like, okay, maybe we can go and push G2. That's what they want. That's what they thrive on. They thrive on this constant chaos that's going on in the map. Taking a look at what's going on with Girl in TDG. It's going to be a little bit slow over towards this side of the map. You can see maybe a portal play would have to come out. We don't have that scan on where the next zone is going to be. We did have the mini-map up there, and I'm not quite sure if Girl has that knowledge for their team right now either. So a little bit of a sticky situation with so many teams involved, and you could see coexisting right next to Ubit, Promos, and Farmer Lucas.
Yeah, they're definitely going to have to decide when they want to make that push out, because if I'm not mistaken, I think it pulled north towards Command Center for the zone, and they are on the opposite side of where they need to be for that. So they've got to make that push very soon as things start to shrink down. But G2 is just deciding to get into another battle, this time with Lazarus. And this could be a little bit scary for Lazarus, because the height that G2 has at their disposal right now is very, very beneficial.
Pay attention to the bait and switching that's constantly happened, but knocks do happen on both sides. Designful does need to hit a battery throughout all this. Has 5. Defensive department is going to go down. Not quite sure if that is results, as you don't see the bubble coming down quite yet either in the kill feed. You also see Complexity getting eliminated by Sentinels. So James' predictions looking pretty solid so far, and also great start coming in for the team on your screen. G2's trying to keep things together though. Good thing he had 5 batteries. He's already used 2 of them in this fight, which is extremely valuable. But they need to get that bubble down for gentrifying in time, and unfortunately, he gets thirsted. This is still Lazarus in the vicinity.
Okay, so one perfect example of why Horizon was useful in that situation. Designful was able to get out of there very, very quickly. However, don't forget, mobile respawn beacons are also in the crafter. So if they did pick that up, they can easily grab the banner and just get all 3 players back up. Lazarus, you could see there that Loba Black Market was down there. They're taking a moment to kind of reset themselves, get some loot, and heal back up. So a little bit of a lull right now between G2 and Lazarus, but like you were saying, we did see Sentinels popping off in the kill feed, starting to get some points on the board for themselves, and we're on board with TSM, who do have some damage. Oh no, but Lazarus. Oh, what?
They just
when did they push up?
They got eaten alive. Well, this is what G2 does. They get angry, okay? And then all of a sudden, like you said, right on cue, mobile respawn beacon, Gentrify's back in the game before you could even blink. Hey, if you had multi-view, you probably saw what happened right there. But if you didn't, hey, I recommend checking that thing out again in the command center. Multiple teams you could go check out and get the comms throughout all of that. But Washi coming through with the knock there. AGG Joe Max is on the ground.
And AGG was a team that was holding the middle of the zone, ended up having to make a rotation. We're now on board with Buff Pathfinder, though. Bursty, the last player alive, trying to do whatever they can with very limited health and shields. They do end up going down. AGG is that? Yeah, AGG is not out. They're the ones in the kill feed getting more kills. Buff Pathfinder stays alive in that battle. I don't even see who they were up against.
Yeah, that happened fairly quickly, but this is a pretty risky combo to have. Kraber, massive. You cannot miss your shots. Hey, quick little haircut right there. That was not one from Supercuts. Seemed like a pretty expensive Kraber haircut, so probably more of a nice barbershop or a salon. But when you have the crypto, you got to be careful when your EMPs go off that you're not slowing your teammates down. You're also making sure that other teams aren't trying to collapse on your third party. Fortunately for them, that was a clean fight. They were able to get out of there unscathed. Another Horizon team. This is going to be Team Wash coming in around the corner trying to lay down some damage. Not able to connect with the wingman shot, so a little bit of an awkward situation over here, but you have plenty of armor swaps on the ground. Just want to make sure that nobody else comes in from behind. So let's see if they take this fight and get worried about a third party.
They've got some decent cover to work around as well, but they do end up getting pushed now, trying to use the armor swaps to keep themselves alive. The bubble does come out. It's Xset that is making the push, and they look relatively healthy. However, one does go down the Horizon, makes the push on an Xset, and now they're just trading back and forth which team is going to come out on top. Kenny, the last one alive for Xset, able to finalize that fight and then go for these reses. That was a huge push for Xset.
That was great, and keep in mind, Vayne, newest addition, formerly of 100 Thieves, coming in onto Xset. Great wingman shot, though, to finish things off, but hey, that was a scary devotion inside of that bubble glitter. I was a little bit worried once I saw that thing popping off. Is he going to go for the full triple kill over here? G2, making sure that they're trying to stay alive. You can see still plenty of resources, multiple team fight wins, and they're just going to be picking these boxes apart for any more healing that they absolutely need. But I love that we have the map right now so we can see exactly what's going on. Xset, though, they're getting answered over towards the side. Klein down to 1 HP, and he is out. That is going to be CLX coming through. Huge serial on the Bangalore. So many different legends, so many compositions. Welcome to Split 2 of the ALGS.
That was a very well-timed push by Charlotte Phoenix there. Really, really easy cleanup for them onto that Xset team who was in that recovery phase after they had to go for 2 reses. But now TSM has been holding down the fort this entire time, and the devotion is putting in so much work from Hal right now. They're able to keep so many people off of them while getting those knocks, getting those confirms, and still holding down the fort. I mean, this is the TSM we were expecting.
And while we have them on our screen, let's hop into a quick listen-in with TSM.
Wait, is there a Loba? I'm gonna do it.
There's
anyways.
Loba on southeast, but I think you should be fine.
They're out on the pills. They're out on the pills.
There's 3 bats in the sky, 10 cells. I can't
I'm
carry.
gonna grab some. I'm gonna grab some.
Grab all the bats. Bring them in.
Look for Valkults right now. I need energy ammo. They're Loba ulting up here right now. Bang ult at the other building. They're on the roof of the building west. Look west, Jordan.
I'm gonna look at this. They're LOSing me. All three are LOSing me.
Bringing a couple cells in.
I'm getting shot from the crates.
Yeah, I have 90 energy.
Falcon's one on this left crate. I'm reloading.
That's all you.
Is there sniper
Doing
ammo on
it.
those bodies?
I haven't looked.
Not on this one. I don't know what the other one's at
They
though.
bubbed on roof. They bubbed on roof.
This guy has energy. There's an Ultic Cell Turbocharger Havoc with 90 bullets.
Ash has a Kraber now. Some Ash.
They're still getting shit on the roof. Keep looking at the roof, Jordan. They're like peeking. Look.
Oh, I hope they have toilet paper on that roof.
Oh my god, I always love listening to TSM Tom.
Really, it's all you. It's all you. I only have 90 energy. It goes from 0 to 100 real quick to 1,000 really quick. They get so excited. One of the things I love about TSM though, that's how they approach rank. That's how they approach tournaments. That's how they approach, you know, every single situation, going 100% and making sure that they're giving it their all. I love that about them. And big shout out to Reps with that charge rifle, just so toxic.
We're checked in with Sentinels there for a second. One of the other top squads that we've been talking about a lot here. They are looking pretty well looted. TSM has somebody in their sights. I can't tell, is that AGG that's down there or was it Sentinels that's down there? I can't even tell anymore because all of these teams in here are so crowded right now with how many have made it to this portion. You can see exactly where it's pulling to. It's AGG that's down below and they're actually in a pretty solid spot, but that also means that everyone's going to be looking their way.
And if you have not watched competitive Apex before, this is a great introduction on how teams coexist with such little room to work around. 10 squads into zone number 5. Resulta getting a knock right there in your kill feed. That's going to be the frag grenade onto Madness. We'll see if G2 is going to follow that one up. You also still have the Kraber in play as Hakulo is going to go down. And look at those red Evo shields just charged up over and over again. Plenty of ammo there for Hal in this final circle as it starts to close down. Zone number 5 in about 50 seconds, so still should be pretty chill. You can see a little bit of TSM's building is in there, and not surprising that they were able to pick such a good spot early on.
The amount of Kraber shots that we've seen landing, I mean, I saw Madness in the kill feed while we're doing the listening with TSM. Torrent, one of our teams to watch here now, finding themselves in a really, really rough spot. Urice almost escaped with like 2 health, and I don't understand how he did, but they do go down. Dexterity soon follows, and things are starting to pop off here.
Sung, a former Caustic player, switching things up. You're going to see him get taken out by the charge rifle right there. That was an unfortunate situation. Zone really doing some serious damage over towards the back end. But this thing is moving in about 10 seconds, Lauren, so things are going to get very interesting here as some of our squads are just going to be going toe-to-toe.
I don't know if I'm ready for this. I was not expecting this many teams to somehow be alive. The charge rifle right now from Reps, by the way, is terrifying in these final moments. I mean, we were watching the damage that he's been putting out, and it's just unstoppable. But Sentinel's going for the skyward dive, hoping to either reposition, get themselves in a safer spot, or at least avoid some of that confrontation for now. And it looks like they might have found some open area somehow. Are you kidding me?
What a great skyward dive right there. I mean, I think they were pretty shocked to see that they weren't getting any of the passives coming in for Valkyrie, as you're also going to see Serial getting knocked. He was on that Bangalore, gets the creeping barrage knock onto Promos, but it's not going to matter as he's going to get thirsted on over towards the ground. Imperial Hal picking that one up. Charge rifle still in hand with that gold scope. You got the Digi threat basically to be able to see through all the smokes with that one too, so that's going to be extremely useful over there. And yes, low ammo, like always, coming in for Hal. We'll see if he's going to be able to survive. Black hole over towards the side. You can see the grenades there. How is that black hole not going away? Nades all inside of Sentinel's bubble. That is a tough spot. Madness back up on the kill feed, though, after being knocked, and he gets thirsted after he gets the kill with the Kraber. That's going to be G2 in the area. Is that Sentinel's on the other side, Glitter?
I think it is. I think it is your team versus James's squad right now. This is an insane fight for these two to be going head-to-head in game number 1. G2 is not in a good spot. Sentinels just completely decimated them, and they were having to deal with people from below as well.
Yeah, the shots were in the back, though, too, as we see Frex. He's going to be busting out the Bloodhound, too, so that's going to be exciting to see. But unfortunately for them, they were getting shot in the back by Dropped. Doesn't matter, though. They're going to take that third party any day of the week. TSM still locking down the team below, and this is a super interesting endgame. We went from 10 to 3 real quick. TSM, they're going to have to move out of their building. I believe that you have to give Space Station Gaming the best spot right now.
Yep.
Yeah, they have the top. They have two teams directly on top of each other. AGG and TSM are going to have to deal with each other here, Glitter.
And this is what we said from the very beginning. At the end of everything, this map is all about verticality. TSM and AGG have been kind of poking at each other, knowing that this was an inevitable fight that was going to happen, and TSM make an incredibly strong push into AGG, but all this does is open up opportunity for SSG to rain down Hellfire from above, and that's exactly what they're going to do. They're now in a fantastic spot to clean up this first game, Tom. This was phenomenal strategy for game number 1 for SSG.
And you'll notice just the small idea of going to get that kill point on the ground that TSM originally got knocked. Unfortunate for TSM, Space Station Gaming put the shots onto them as they were fighting. Just great positioning, great third party coming in for Space Station Gaming on that fight between Sentinels and G2, and they're taking game number 1.
I mean, that was an incredible game number 1 for SSG, but we have to give credit to AGG because Challenger Squad coming in, okay, first game of the day, and they battled against TSM for so long, even just to get those extra placement points with all of the chaos that was going on around them. That was a huge performance for AGG as well.
And they got the most kills right there. You never would have thought coming through on the predictions that AGG would be above TSM, but that's what you see right now after game number 1. They were a thorn in TSM's side the entire time, Glitter. You had to deal with them eventually, but Space Station Gaming, got to give credit where credit's due, picking up a majority, if not all of their points over towards those last couple minutes of the game. And again, so many different legends, so many different compositions. We saw Bangalores, we saw Bloodhounds, we saw Cryptos, everything that you want to see. Loba, so many great plays, so many great players here, and we're just in game number 1 going into game number 2.
I'm not going to lie, Tom. That black hole that got thrown down onto Sentinels towards the end, that was scary. That was really scary, and people might rethink not using Horizon for this map because that was pretty clutch.
What was horrible about that black hole is I felt like everyone was shooting it, but it wasn't going away. And then it's like the black hole that just would not go down. Was anybody else on the team shooting it? But one thing was for sure, the bubble fight was so nasty from G2 to start, and then you saw Sentinels take it to them. They're special. G2's loves to go into those bubble fights, and whoever won that fight, if they were able to do it cleanly, possibly had an opportunity to go and take on Space Station Gaming. But again, Frex with that Bloodhound, the timing on the scans to come up and swoop behind two really great teams and take that spot was just chef's kiss at the end.
Yeah, no, that was a very well played game by SSG, and look at the damage on Dropped for only 2 of those kills. I mean, they were making sure they were putting in work, and like I said, their timing was just impeccable. I mean, after we saw those rotations starting to come out, I mean, that was like this magical position that somehow been left open by everyone, but as soon as we got Sentinels there, as soon as G2 was there, once everybody started landing, that's when everyone started focusing on that area, and SSG was the one that came out on top, so they did incredibly well in that first match. And honestly, it doesn't matter if all of your kills come at the end. If you're cleaning up 2 or 3 squads at the end of the game, you're still getting yourself a decent amount of points combined with those placement points and setting yourself up well for the rest of the day.
Yeah, I mean, a kill's a kill, a dub is a dub, $20 is $20, whatever you want to call it. I mean, hey, Space Station Gaming, don't forget about them, Glitter, because of the fact that when we looked at the split 1, that was one of our teams that were coming out hot, and they were looking like one of the best teams, if not the best team, in the beginning of last split. They're coming out here saying, don't forget about us. We are coming in hot. I love to see that from Space Station Gaming.
Yeah, this is a pretty nice way to kick off the day, to say the least. So I'm excited to see what the rest of our teams have in store. So we're going to send it to a quick break, and when we come back, the second game of ALGS, day number 2.
Monster Energy, the official energy drink of the Apex Legends Global Series.
I got 1 kill.
Nice, nice.
Climbing up. Got 2.
Nice, nice.
Is there any knocks?
Finish the knocks.
I got the crypto.
You have scan?
Yeah, there's a knock. There's a knock. There's a knock right here.
Yeah, finish the guy. Finish. Let's drop, and kill the guy on the ground.
I got it.
Nice. Let's go, baby. Of course. Let's go, baby.
Welcome back, everyone, to day 2 of the NAALGS. That was game number 1, and we are moving on quickly to game number 2. Storm Point has provided us different compositions from our different teams that we have competing today, and it's been exciting to see nonetheless, especially with that final circle. You saw it right outside of wall, but TSM actually getting taken out, maybe distracted a little bit by AGG and Space Station. They were in the god spot at the very end.
Indeed, they were. And TSM, of course, always a good pick, especially with what they've achieved recently coming into today's action. I didn't pick them today because I think they can sometimes start a little cold and then warm up later on. Of course, that's only the first game. We'll see what they're able to do as well as Sentinels in the games to come as well. But what do you think about the Storm Point that we've seen so far? Because, of course, we are running 2 maps as we've established already, including with the action yesterday. But it's very, very different to what we're seeing on the other side of things in the last 3 maps that we'll see later on.
Yeah, with World's Edge being the last 3 maps that we have, you could see how a lot of these teams are changing up their composition. We saw it just in day 1 too. You're seeing a lot more of that horizon. We had seen that play earlier on with that verticality that provides to just help reposition, especially with that very big disparity between low to high ground. But I like what I see here because I feel like we're seeing a lot more different legends really come out to the plate here. We're seeing Crypto, we're seeing Bloodhound, we're seeing the horizon like we had just seen yesterday. We see the Loba, and I like this mix-up too because it really shows and places the strength to the rotations that these teams are trying to opt for. And Space Station coming out on top, I'm not surprised there, James. I mean, we saw them come out in the Pro League just in the first split. I mean, T-Squared, he was highlighting it a little bit, but Space Station has been one of those teams that have been very consistently on the top here within our Pro League.
Indeed, a great start, but it's also about how you finish, so we'll see who ends up on the top of the leaderboard. Again, we had a great run from Esports Arena yesterday with quite a few games collected, which was maybe some people's favourite part, but you know what my favourite part was, Vicky? It was the caustic action up close in those bubbles! Let's go! And I know you've enjoyed these nerfs that we've seen recently, but I'm telling you, Vicky, right? You're thinking, all right, it's really got to me, and yeah, I wasn't the happiest with these caustic nerfs, but that's one of my 3 characters. I got the Crypto on deck as well, and of course, the main is Bangalore, okay? The smokes are back. Bangalore is on deck. I'm loving it. And I feel like we're going to see more of Bangalore as the season continues as well, just to create some space and control some space as well. That can be really important. Of course, we saw digital threats for anyone new to Apex Legends, that those do see through smoke, so you have to be careful, especially with more charge rifle action as the longbow is now in the replicator. But area control is important, and Bangalore's here to do the job.
Everybody, James Bardolph here with that incredibly grieving lineup. You love to see it, but I also love to see game number 2 here. You were talking a little bit about the replicator, I'm talking about the charge rifle. I mean, that's something that we've been seeing a lot. I was looking at the scrims earlier on from TSM with reps absolutely popping off with that charge rifle. We saw the charge rifle also just yesterday, and how much impact that has on a map like Stormpoint. You have a lot more open areas that you could just continuously pressure a lot of these teams mid-rotation. So putting down a lot of damage, you're definitely going to look out for reps putting in that damage for TSM. Now as we start off on game number 2, Space Station, they finished game 1 with 9 kills, but again, have to highlight, AGG, they finished with 10 kills. That is our second, actually, full Mexican team here competing in the Pro League, and I love to see the diversity here as they were able to definitely put a dent to TSM's plans for their rotation, because you saw how they kind of held them back when Space Station, they came out and they thirded Sentinels for that God spot at the very end of that game 1.
Yeah, Space Station, another team I was really thinking about picking today, but I thought to myself, do you know how I picked things today? I thought to myself, who would I really not want to get roasted? If I made a list of players in this lobby that I wouldn't want to get roasted by, Lou is number 1. So for that reason, I picked Sentinels. It was a safety pick, you know, personal safety is why I picked them. But Space Station were a team that I think do need to be in the conversation as well, and of course TSM. By the way, on the subject of reps, don't you think he sounds like Mike Shinoda from Linkin Park? You know, the rapper guy.
What? I actually never considered that, but now I cannot unhear it. Yes, actually. Now we have to have a voiceover. And, okay, now we're getting a different circle than what we had seen last time. Of course, that last circle in that first game was a little bit on the outskirts of wall. We've seen that before, but this time we're going on the opposite end of the map. It's going to be in Cenote Cave, which is actually going to be fantastic for TGG. We were highlighting Girls Team earlier because they're going to have those quick rotations as well as the beacon to get that information.
Shout-outs to Girl and her team. I think she's going to have a lot of support. She's actually a fantastic streamer, especially for trying to get better at Apex Legends, because she's really good with the fundamentals, and you can see what she's doing and understand it. And she also, after a game, she'll like rewind. She'll go back into her stream archive and analyze the different things and talk about, okay, I think this is where this maybe went wrong. A mistake was made here. I could have done this, could have done that. So she's a great person to learn the fundamentals from, and she's got a good sense of humor as well. So shout outs to Girl. Hopefully they will be. It's going to be a baptism by fire for that team for sure. But we'll see how they end up doing later on in the season, as there'll be a lot to review after a game. It's going to be a very rich experience for them in that respect, and we'll see them getting into a vehicle, as they say in America. These are extremely dangerous, though, because you can get absolutely drilled. We saw it with the bow check yesterday, but if people have R301 and such on you, then you could take a lot of damage. So late game, this may be risky to move your team around, but early game, they might just be okay.
My favorite team to watch make those rotates with the Trident at the very start of Storm Point was CLG, and we had seen that a little bit just yesterday. But, you know, with a lot more teams being able to opt out to use the Trident to play more edge, it's a fantastic option here. And TUG, they do have to watch out because Buff Pathfinder also lands in Cenote Cave. And you highlighted a girl and how she's been able to make some of those adaptations going into her gameplay. And she actually was on the Caustic during the Challenger Circuit. They played very end circle. They wanted to play more so for their positioning more than anything else, so I could see how that's changed things up with their composition. But Lazarus, they're on the Trident themselves. They're still running the Loba, but they're getting shot at, even with the dome being put down on top of the Trident.
You can stick a heat shield to those cars as well, I think, by throwing one underneath, which is something that's definitely worth learning, as it may come in handy. We'll see if those happen later on, but for now that car's going to be useful as some cover as Lazarus try to stabilize. They have a building to work around or in as they look to make their next play now. See them trying to just chill out a bit, take some cover, find some safety. It would be awkward to be fighting up close for Bird with the triple take in the hole. Has got a Peacekeeper on deck for the time being. We'll see what they're able to do. The armor's pretty reasonable on the team. 2 blues and a purple. You don't want to be squishy. You want to get rid of those greys as early as possible. And we do see some more Loba action. And considering how spaced out everything is on this map, I think the Lobas will be super helpful in just reducing risk by not having to go outside and re-up.
Oh, it looks like Space Station, though. They're starting up a fight with starting a fight, actually, right here, with Frex being on this Bloodhound, the only Bloodhound that we've seen so far on Storm Point. Really good here as Frex is going to be able to have those scans to provide that intel as Space Station are going to be able to take the high ground. But look at the way that they reposition immediately. They understand that Startify are playing this more so split up to try to take these off angles, and Space Station are not going to give them that opportunity, not that advantage.
That is a very defensive bombardment, all things considered. And if you are familiar with this position, you know there's plenty of cover here. So that may have been to just create some space, some breathing room as the haircuts start with the charge rifle, just making those scalps a little hot, and that will not be comfortable. But we still have 20 squads up, 60 players alive. So while things will eventually be getting tighter and everyone will be bouncing around a little closer, for now, things are okay. Sees the Nile just with a little peppering there, but nothing too crazy happening just yet. Just really reducing the resources of teams here. The shields will certainly be going down, and that's one of the most annoying things, especially late game. If you don't really have too much position, if you're hiding behind a rock and you've got a charge rifle focused on you, that's going to shred your shields.
Yeah, especially on this map, too. We were highlighting how this map just provides a lot of those open angles, and that's why you're seeing the charge rifle being played out a lot more. The Tether actually trying to catch somebody on that high ground, and Space Station that have gone for that repositioning. You can see them trying to split up a little bit as Frex is trying to take that off angle, but having to be careful here is he is going to be able to take some cover. He's got that wingman, but no sight on the wingman. Just trying to use that iron sight instead. Roof has been taken, though, by Start a Fight. They're still trying to skirmish a little bit here, but Space Station, they're right below them to try to find an angle to actually keep peppering them.
Yeah, we've got to listen in with Space Station as well, so let's tune in and listen to their comms.
Yeah, one drop here. I'm gonna bubble on this kid. Bubble on Ash, bubble on Ash.
I got cracked. I'm popping the bat, popping the bat. They bubble behind us.
He's one. 1 HP.
I'm dead, I'm dead.
He's dead, he's dead.
They're climbing over the wall, climbing over the wall.
I'm reloading.
Valk is one! No!
Man.
Dude, this shit is so laggy, man. Like, I'm literally lagging my ass off. I couldn't cross.
There you go. Huge issues for Space Station. We had an eye on them, but all their eyes have been closed now as they are our first team eliminated in game number 2.
Actually insane how things could just turn around for Space Station like that. You saw the moment the wingman had to come out from Frex that he had to already reload it, and that was so unfortunate. But still, even though they had gotten that first knock, they won that first trade onto Crummy, who had gotten knocked. Start a Fight, were able to again split up some of those angles. I like the tactical crouching there. Very very sportsmanship here to start a fight, are going to be able to get some of this loot, be able to rotate quickly. And something else to note too, with a lot of these fights happening outside of the ring, with the first ring closing in, I am expecting, just like yesterday, to see a lot more of these teams to play outside of the circle, play things slowly. So teams that do like to play the edge of ring, they do need to be careful because they could find themselves getting third-partied from right outside the circle.
Looking at some of the new teams that have come into this split as well, like Start a Fight, I think that's a fantastic way to stamp your name and be like, we're not here to be cannon fodder, we're not here to be collateral damage, we are going to take some names. I think that's a great confidence booster for them as well, as there are some very menacing names in this lobby, and of course, TSM will be one of them, but Exit definitely have something to show about themselves as well. A team that we're very familiar with and have done a lot of damage. One to look out for, and the Wingman will be looking to crack some shields now. Get your umbrellas out, because I think there might be a bombardment on the way. Exit now alive with Klein as he tries to stop them from healing, just making them red. He's not going to jump down, they're not going to full commit to this just yet. Needs his team with him. Now he starts to go in now, and here's the cavalry as well. But can they get the knocks?
Oh, they are finding them one by one. They're trying to dance around the dome, but it's Klein. It's only up to Klein. Gets one down, gets another, but can't get the last one. Yuban comes out on top. Bad boys. Another one of our teams here that we've seen before, just in the first split of the Pro League, managed to come out after that fight. Dancing around that dome, though, I like the patience that we had seen from Exet, but it was not enough. And now it looks like gameplay has really kicked up, James. Going into this game number 2, Sentinels in another fight, just cleaning things up. They're going to be able to come out on top after that, and we are down 3 squads out of this lobby for game number 2.
Part of me hopes that every time bad boys wipe a team, they just start shouting, Martin Lawrence! Sentinels now starting to do well, as we can see. They've got 3 kills across the team, looking to improve that number. But they've got some nice real estate for the time being. We'll see where the next ring is going. But for now, they've got some loot, and they're all good in the hood. 51 players remain. That's a lot of people across this map, and it is quite wide. But as we can see, that will be closing. Half the map will be disappearing soon, and then they're going to be really hard up for some nice real estate, because as we can see, it's going to be a very open ring that's coming their way. So I wouldn't be surprised if we start to see a lot of teams dropping in the next few minutes.
Absolutely, especially looking at the amount of teams that have already just taken up that real estate in Cenote Cave. You can see Complexity. They see that squad right in their sights. You're just waiting for the opportunity to focus fire that one straggler that's off to the side. That poor Gibby that is not expecting what could come soon, as Monsoon is just waiting patiently. It's Torrent actually on the other side, and we highlighted Torrent a little bit before the games had started here, and for a reason, you know, having that roster now as Complexity is going to be able to just try to take control over this position and prioritize that before anything. But I like the spot here because they're going to be able to have a good view of a lot of the squads that are going to be rotating in this direction right below them.
Yeah, this is a really nice position for Complexity. They've got a lot of space to engage on either side. And again, I think they'll have some, if they choose to stay here over the next minute, then once that ring closes, they'll be more secure in their position, although they have a very good position as far as verticality is concerned. We'll see about range. 140-ish bullets on an R301. We'll have to be careful about how he uses those bullets, because it may not be easy for them to pick up some more later on. So they want to make those bullets count and not be looking to pepper too much, although they may feel some urgency in trying to get their shields to purple as well. So ammo management definitely going to be something to consider for Complexity, as this ring will soon be starting to close.
Especially looking at their composition, they're not the ones running that Loba here. So although they are trying to take this final position, they have to determine and decide whether they want to start taking these raw shots here. They're getting shot at themselves. The redeploys are happening right in front of them. They have a redeploy themselves, but again, this is just a good spot to overlook a lot of the action happening, as Dexterity are also in a fight themselves, currently getting knocked right as the dome gets put down. Is Sung here. Medkit getting pulled up by Stomps. He's got the bombardment, but he can't use it inside here. The Trident's also making its way in the building off to the side. Some makeshift cover, but so much damage. The Arcs are on top of that. It's Buff Pathfinder now. This is the squad that lands here in Cenote Cave, so this is the squad that actually has the advantage just because of their positioning.
Sung has been eliminated, formerly on Caustic, now currently on Valkyrie. There are some Caustic still though, as Start a Fight look to finish another team. Where is your boy? He's asking. Oh, he's been abandoned. He's left his mates outside the hospital, and there's no one coming to help them. And he might not even make it. No! He gets taken down like a pigeon going through a shotgun range. Adios, amigo. 15 squads remain.
Why are you running? Reps was not going to let him get away with that, especially with the charge rifle. We were talking about this before. We heard about it. We saw it in that first game. TSM, they're playing by the edge here. They're going to be able to build up these evil shields with reps, having that charge rifle. That's why you saw him swap that out real quick. And they're playing this slowly here by the edge. Meanwhile, a lot of the other squads, though, as they make their rotation in, they're the squads that have been fighting nonstop here with 5 squads down from the lobby.
In the previous split on the other map, I did wonder about some of the more gambly Valcots that we saw, but the Desperation Valcots, maybe it's like a backdoor nerf, the longbow being in the replicator, so many charge rifles being picked up instead. So those Desperation ones just leave you completely exposed, almost a race to see you can get the KP first in that situation. So we'll see how that continues in the rest of these coming days. Plenty of action to come as it's only just begun here at the ALGS in Split 2. Still biding their time, Sentinels now. Rock climbing, parkour. Alex Honolds.
E82, also one of those squads rotating from the outside of the ring. Again, this is going to be the usual case for some of our squads as these circles are pulling far north, far south, depending on where our squad's POIs are. They're coming across another team right up ahead. They have the bombardment, but they have to heal up as they make their way into the circle without drawing too much attention to themselves. They don't want to get circle kept at the same time. They're shooting at the flyer, though, so it could be here that they're desperate for some loot. They do have some meds in general. I mean, by some, I mean those 12 shield cells, but it's looking like Golden may need some more help. They have the med kit that they can give to Golden just in case.
We need some kind of animal cruelty counter for these flyers being shot, man. It was so sad that like mini quest we did with the Bloodhound looking for the injured Prowler and they're just injuring more. Like, does anybody else care? Is it just me seeing these things, damn it?
Honestly, they don't grief you when you're knocked. That's something that I do know. They don't grief you when you're knocked, so that's nice. At least they take you into mind when that's going on. But that's something else that I think about when it comes to looting them. Sometimes, you know, the loot is just too good, especially after that buff going into the season. The loot buff is great here, but look at Sentinel's position, actually, as they do rotate onto the high ground. Meanwhile, Depress is over to the other side here with this squad.
Yeah, Sentinels smell some gatekeeping. They're kind of forcing themselves to be a side quest for another team. You can see 8 just keeping an eye on things, trying to hide in plain sight. They don't really want to engage when they've got 16 seconds and that ring is going to be coming for their back. There is nowhere that's safe for them, so they're going to have to just rotate quietly in a different position. Take the long way, the scenic route perhaps, just like you mentioned, a tactical crouching. I think you might have a side hustle in PR and crisis management with terms like that, but as we can see, we could have a very big fight here. We had Sentinels previously gatekeeping, and now G2 in front of them, but I'm not sure if they're aware that Sentinels are behind them. They seem to be looking for something, but it's always good to check your 6. But do they know for sure that Sentinels are here? They may have some issues elsewhere, though, or no, there is Sentinels actually after them, so we could lose a big team here.
Yeah, they came knocking on their door just to let them know, yeah, we are here, just in case you didn't think so. But Sentinels, they know that they're not going to try to overcommit. They're just going to utilize a redeploy instead. They want to prioritize their own positioning. But you were highlighting some of these risky Valk ults that we saw in the very first split, and it could very much be a very similar Valk ult like this one here, since it is later on in the game where a lot of these teams have already taken real estate in this final circle. So just getting that scan with that Valkyrie passive to see what safe spots that they can hang on to.
Surely that care package is going to get Lobers, but my god, Sentinels, they thought they landed relatively safe based on what they saw, but there are windows, there are multiple angles, they've got to use their dome just to find some cover, just to heal up, and again that car provides some more cover once that dome goes. But what is their next play here? They have to just force their way into this house, surely. They are lacking cover in almost every direction. I think they might be forced to make their way in, but they can't even dome up the stairs because they use their dome. Do they wait and survive and wait until their dome is ready to force their way in? They are going to get shredded. They have to make a decision now.
They have to do it quick, too. Lazarus is the one taking up their building. That's the building that they're sharing with right now. And I believe it's TSM on the other building that's trying to pepper at them right now, too. So Sentinels in a pretty tough spot. Not the two teams that you want to find yourself pinched against here, too. And that's the risk that the redeploy does bring later on in these games. And that trident right outside, that's the same trident that actually Lazarus had taken just to get to this building alone.
Yeah, I can see they're considering where they moved to, but that's roughly where they landed, and there were problems there as well. Surely the dome is up soon. Do they consider forcing the issue? Problem is, if it goes wrong, they finish 15th, and that is not a lot of points, obviously. Not all the kills in the world either. And we can see that girl is looking to have a home invasion as well, as she is by the door with an Arc Star in hand. That ring is small. You can see it on the top left of your screen. 15 squads to fit in that ring. I don't think that works.
It's just crazy how much the game has slowed down now that a lot of our teams have already situated themselves inside these buildings. You see Girl just waiting for the opportunity. She's waiting for this Gibby to try her right here. She's got the portal too, just in case she needs to help reposition the rest of TDG, but they do not want to give up this building. Just staring at them through the glass pane with the Arc Star in hand, saying, all right, if you open that door, you know what's going to happen. But also, it would be terrible if this door does get blown off too. So that's something else to note for TDG, because they're going to have to give that space of the stairwell over to that team that they're blocking the door from.
Crunch time is here. Let's tune into TDG and see what's happening.
This team's got to come in.
Oh boy. The worst part is if we get flown in on from up top.
Yeah. I'm gonna try to hold it out. I'm gonna open this door.
Yeah, you gotta hold that out. You gotta throw your ulti if they fly on you. If we get pinched. If they fly, I'm going to make a portal and I'm gonna block both doors. Hopefully. Yeah.
Fires are dropping. Dome over here.
Yeah, I see you.
Watch your be careful.
Right, watch on her. Watch on her.
If there's ever two on my door, I need you to be careful because they can double kick it. But I don't think they will. They'll just get arc starred.
Oh my god.
We're super chilling.
We're super chilling, bro. But this team's giving me anxiety, mega anxiety, dude.
On the inside, it's relatively safe. On the outside, it's an absolute massacre as 3 teams have been eliminated now, including Starter Fight, and Sentinels have got some more issues. They've got to play it down on the outside, and Gel is just watching. She's a voyeur at this point. She's living vicariously behind that door.
Oh, just trying to get into cover here, too. You saw that Wash was popping off with Zerbo being the kill leader here. Crust needs to reposition, needs to find a way to actually pop this shield bat. But that's what the verticality that this map provides here, being on the valve, being on the horizon. But Crust is pinched by 2 squads at the same time, only hugging against the window. What do you do in this situation, James? Everybody has you in your line of sight as Sentinels gets taken out by Hal.
Absolutely no cover, and they weren't willing to push Girl with the Arc Star behind the door, and that's your lot for Sentinels. Damned if they do, damned if they don't. And indeed, let's just bear that in mind. TDG are looking for a deep run here. They have their building, they have their door, which is also important. I don't think that's been blown off just yet. And now All Glory Gaming have taken the relative position that Sentinels used to hold. Although now with a lot less teams, a lot less angles, as well as that ring's going to start closing again soon. They have a little space, looking to make it rain as well, and that ring is going to get tiny. Where are all these teams going to go?
I don't even know. Who are they going to boot off of these buildings at this point? I mean, that's why you saw a lot of these teams prioritize that last circle positioning. They wanted to try to take the real estate in these buildings instead. They know that there's a squad fighting right outside. This is AGG. This is one of our teams that was holding back TSM in the first game. As Nightmare now, another one of our Challenger Circuit teams moving in for the fight. They're going to be able to clean up G2 as they get taken out. Our Challenger Circuit teams are popping off today.
Yeah, that is great to see as well. They're coming and they are not afraid, but TSM has got some issues now. The Hulse on his hands and needs reps dropping Arc Stars all over the place. Got to stay in the zone though, and they're going to hold actually. Lazarus are gone, but will they be able to res in time? We've got Bangalore ults on deck now as we're down to 9 squads. Charge rifles all over the place, and CLX are pushing in. They are thirsty. They smell something, and TSM have been barbecued by them. Down they go, and now CLX have got some height. 8 squads remaining. Look at all the teams around that building at the top. Complexity find themselves in space. They can just watch and let these teams eliminate each other, try and find what they can, as will buff Pathfinder.
These high ground situations, these positionings, now that CLX has booted TSM out of there, booted TSM back towards the lobby here, they were able to climb up on them, take the high ground. Complexity now also getting taken down as Muffets manages to pop that shield back. Amazing way to dance around that knockdown shield here, but with 2 teammates down, can Muffets pull this off? I mean, you're in the line of sight of 2 other squads, you're pinched, but you can't find yourself getting back on the high ground.
How can he possibly find a res? He needs his Gibraltar up as much as possible. He's got to win that fight though, but those muffins are looking kind of dry. Down to 6 squads now as Nightmare have found himself some space. All those boxes, and they have a low bar. They don't even have to go down and loot them. They can just do it from where they are. And they've got plenty of space. Again, they can just watch the teams around that building, just pick off who they can. They've basically got unlimited ammo as far as they're concerned with their low bus, so they can just pepper these teams as much as possible. Still, no one is willing to test Girl on this door. The first girl in North American ALGS, and they're just like, nah, I don't think I want it.
I think they're going to have to try to at least push it, because now they're going to be stuck into the line of sight of Nightmare, another one of our Challenger Circuit teams who has been so consistent. All Glory Gaming, though, get taken down. That was a team that had gotten second place in game number 1. Meanwhile, Nightmare, they're in the best position. Their backs are against the ring. They know that nobody's going to contest them, and they have everybody else in their line of sight while having this natural cover. Nightmare is one of those teams that are consistently, again, finding themselves in the end game, both in the Challenger Circuit and in the Pro League relegations, and they're doing it again here as TDG are setting up their portal, and Girl is just trying to find an angle. We heard her before, actually, in the comps, just trying to see an opportunity if she can put that portal on the door.
I'm wondering if TDG stands for Top Dogs and Gandalf, because no one has made it through that door with her standing there, and now they're going to have to make their move as the ring is coming in. Can they even see who the targets are? It is complete spam, but they might just survive. Yes, indeed, they're doing pretty good. Hakulo's gone down. Durango, the Peacekeeper, putting in work, and Tony is alive with 1 HP. He's got to get a medkit up soon.
Oh, they just have to get out of the ring. That was a scary situation here with the ring closing in right behind Tony. Tony at least has a high ground, but they have to get into this fight. They want to secure this KP. Yeah, there's 2 other spots that they have to worry about, but now it's already done. They have to jump into the fight, but it's only 1 left. Nightmare have been the ones to try to take this. They just have to clean up 1 last member, and they finish it off. Game number 2 as your winners. Again, a team coming in from the Challenger Circuit are making their moves.
Absolutely. Played it safe first game, maybe. Second game, it's all about the underdogs, and respect to Girl just holding that building for that long. Nobody wanted any of that. Nightmare in a 3 versus 2 at the end, able to play the numbers game and win it out. So congratulations to them again. I think for many teams that have come into this ALGS for the first time this week, essentially, had a great game 2. I think that's a great confidence boost for a lot of those teams, especially for the winners.
I mean, look at this. 10 kills for Nightmare. They had their line of sight on all the teams fighting before their eyes. It was just Thanksgiving feast being presented to them as a buffet, and they were able to gobble that all up. 22 points after that win for game number 2. TDG coming in second place. They were able to secure 3 kills. They played that a lot more patiently here, but with that, they were able to get second place with those 9 placement points, setting them up for 12 points, and Torrent right behind them with 11.
Indeed, Torrent, one of the teams that we mentioned early, keeping eyes out on them, and that is a good third game from them. Lots of position being played in our second game, so it was about going deep and getting what you can afterwards, rather than just fragging out as much as possible. And credit to TDG, credit to Girl as well. She has really calm comms, keep her team focused on the job that needs to be done. Space Station, absolute last from 0 to 0 in this one. Sentinels and G2 will be disappointed. Sentinels, though, in a very awkward position there. Do they push the house? Do they not? There's no correct answer, but it didn't quite work out for them in game number 2.
I think that highlights that here on Stormpoint, yeah, it's important on World's Edge, of course, as well, depending on the composition that you're running. But here on Stormpoint, I think it highlights how important holding onto those final circle positions more than anything. I mean, you saw how many squads were in that final circle after scanning the first beacon already for that first circle. And look at this here. Lux popping off with 2k damage. 4 kills, AimGod helping clean things up with 5 kills, Washi also putting in some of that damage. You love to see it here from Nightmare.
Absolutely, and again, it's just so fantastic to see the up-and-coming teams, the newcomers, the new man, the new woman, coming through and putting in work in the second game. Make your statements early. We are not here to be cannon fodder. We are not here to add to your kill count. We are here to send you to the bin, to make you the back markers. Nightmare with their first victory in ALGS. That has got to be fantastic for them. A great confidence. Hey, there are still 4 more games to come. Don't just rest on the victory that you've had here. You've got to just keep your consistency now. Focus on the next game, 1 game at a time.
I just really like the different approaches that we're seeing from our team so far. We saw things kick up at the very start. We had 15 squads left for quite some time. I believe 2 rings had closed by the time that the fighting really did start kicking off. And at that point, we had 15 squads fighting in that tiny circle that you were mentioning, James. And I think at that point, whichever squad had the high ground, whichever squad was not going to get contested, a lot of the fears, as you actually heard in girls' comms, was, are we going to get redeployed on? Is somebody going to land in our building here? Are we going to get contested? And we have to make sure that that doesn't happen. And in those final circles, especially looking at those buildings, it could be real tricky here. Looking at the overall leaderboards, though, it's still all Glory Gaming here, sitting in first place with 23 points. Yeah, they didn't take that win, but Nightmare, after winning, they're moving up 16 spots sitting in second place with 22 points. Very close right now within these first 2 games between these teams.
Absolutely. 5 points between first and fifth. That's pretty good. Much closer than Rogue's tweet yesterday. Shout out to Rogue. So yeah, it's all to play for. We're only in the second game, and this leaderboard is going to change.
Yeah, it's going to change significantly as we move on to our final game of Storm Point. Game number 3 will be played on Storm Point, but after that, our final 3 games are going to be moved over to World's Edge. We're going to have to see how the composition changes, how these teams are going to approach these differently, these 2 different maps that we have within this split. And you love to see it too, because with a lot of these teams making these adjustments, it's looking a lot closer, but we saw what happened with ESA just yesterday. Are we going to have that happen again? We're going to have to see. On the other side of this break, we have game number 3 coming to you.
Lenovo Legion. Gaming PCs that are stylish on the outside and savage on the inside. Lenovo Legion is the official PC and monitor of the Apex Legends Global Series.
And welcome back to the North American ALGS split number 2 and day number 2. Glitter Explosion here alongside T-Squared, and we are going to be leading you guys into our third game of the day in just a little bit here. But Tom, game number 2, I mean, talk about a freaking comeback for Nightmare from game 1 to game 2.
Shocking, surprising, exhilarating, everything that you would expect out of Stormpoint, you're getting it, and it's just awesome to see these teams that we didn't have in our predictions coming out there and putting in some serious work. I love that for our players.
I mean, we even heard Vicky saying it during the break. You know, she was kind of talking about them, saying that they were somebody that she was keeping her eyes on today because of how much potential that they had, and she was not wrong. That was an incredibly strong performance, and just in general, our Challenger Circuit teams today so far have been putting in work. I mean, AGG with that second place finish up against TSM from the first game, it's, like you said, not what we expected so far, which I love.
And I thought it was so cool to watch from girls' point of view when they were doing the listening from TDG, how just kind of chill it was in there. And she's like, yeah, I'm playing chess, they're playing checkers, I'm going to put the portal down over towards the door, not really worried about it. Meanwhile, it's just insane outside. There's bombardments all over the place, grenades everywhere. You saw a really great push going on to TSM to take over that roof, which was really impressive. So many different layers to Stormpoint, but we're going to our final Stormpoint match of the day. It's game 3 coming up here really soon before we move on over to World's Edge.
I'm kind of sad already. I feel like I have, in just 2 short games, now become attached to Stormpoint, and I don't want it to go anywhere, so I'm already ready for when we get into it next time.
Yeah, no doubt about it, and it's going to be really cool to see what the zone is going to be. We've had two completely different zones so far. A lot of fun to watch how everybody's going and picking these god spots. That's what we anticipated going in before we started seeing Stormpoint, because we know in World's Edge there's a lot of outside fighting. Also, it's just been so cool to see the different legend compositions coming through again. Bangalore's, Lobas. We know that Gibby and Valkyrie is going to be a high pick rate, but you're seeing so many different players showcase their talents. I love that for our players. And again, Nightmare, no one really would have predicted them to have such a great start already to the day. And what a great start to this game, already picking up a nice little purple armor.
You know, I feel like now with 2 games in, we're seeing how useful the individual abilities are in totally different scenarios. I mean, all of the smokes from the Bang were just completely throwing a lot of people off. We saw how scary that black hole was with Horizon in the first game, and we're just going to continue to see, you know, how's Crypto working, how's Lobo working, and I love the variety as we're able to take a top-down look here at our squad, see where that zone's going to be. Yet another different zone coming out. I'm loving the variety right now, Tom.
One thing's for sure, TSM is going to love this zone. They're going to have priority on terms of where they want to go, and they are the fastest team to typically rotate. But look at the rotation already coming through from the team making their way over towards TSM. Definitely got to watch out. Meanwhile, Sentinels getting a little busy over towards the TDG side. Is this going to be a full-fledged fight? It looks like Senox is interested.
Taking a little bit of damage there. Going to heal his shields back up. But this is just, you know, it's that early game poke, helping out the enemy's evos. They're going to rotate away. They don't want to take that super early game engagement if they don't absolutely have to, because you can see they're not in the best loot spot yet. So they're going to play it safe for now, at least get themselves in a little bit better position and grab some more loot over on Siren Isle. And they'll be in a good spot. Once they're settled here, they'll be in a great spot moving forward for the rest of the game. And then at that point, it's just holding, as you see the armors right here for Lou. Perfect for Sentinels.
Yeah, just some early game poke. Now, Glitter, I have a confession. I used to be addicted to the hokey pokey, but I turned it around.
Oh, wow. Oh, well, okay. You know what?
Sorry. I just had to. Anyway, back over to G2. Let's see what they have in store for us. Gentrified coming through with the shots. R301 3X, that's not your typical controller style. Usually that's a 2X.
I'm still on the joke. I'm going to get off the joke, though, as we get to see a little bit of how valuable the Spiders and the Prowlers actually are in these types of situations. The extra loot, and I don't think that's something that we've really kind of touched on too much here today, at least. I mean, the extra free loot, essentially, that you can get out of these mobs is huge. Now, yes, you are drawing attention to yourself because you have to shoot them all, and that's pretty loud and noisy, but I feel like it is worth what they're going to be getting in the rags for it.
Yeah, you get those Evo charged up. You get a little warm up with your controller here for the aim assist boys. But yeah, it's all about that loot right there. And we know G2 loves to bait their players in. They want to make sure that they are taking the fights up close and personal, so why not? It's kind of like at the end of your games when you're playing a pub and that last team is hiding or that rat's hiding and you just are shooting up in the air trying to get those people to come out. But when you're playing the edge like G2 does, you just want to get all that loot possible, make sure that you're A-okay in terms of wanting to take your fight. But we forgot about Fuse. He's in there, and he's got the knuckle cluster onto Vayne. Oh, no. Davis Wave with the knock. Xset looks like they're going down. That's going to be 2 knocks coming in for Wave.
This is definitely an unfortunate start here for Xset. I don't think that they were planning to run into Dexterity, who look very healthy as they're trying to make a push here onto the final Xset player. See if they can maybe clean up the squad and start off the game with a very, very nice 3 KP on the board. Gone ahead, cleaning up. The first one there, clean, will be down. They know where the rest of the knocked players are, so that will at least be 2. Did the third Xset player escape, though?
Possibly, and if he escaped, I don't know if he's going to be able to escape with the banners. You can see Kenny with the little sneaky McSneakerson play. Got, you know, a good minute or so before he has to go on over towards those banners, but you know, in this type of scenario, inside of the zone, they're going to take their sweet time looting this, a.k.a. camping the banners, make it a little run for it. Interesting play. You also have that res coming in from behind. It's a bait. It's a trap.
Risky business, Kenny! No freaking way that he's going to get away with this.
And he doesn't have his skyward dive. That's the problem right now. So you possibly take up into the air. What do you take into the air? The one thing you have to be worried about, reps his charge rifle. But look, there's a lot of players over towards the side there that don't have eyes on Kenny, and that's a kind of miraculous comeback right there for Xset. We'll see if you get the 2 players plugged back in. Is it going to be over towards the zone? I'm not quite sure. You know, when you're in the zone like that, Glitter, it's pretty tough. You feel that there's going to be multiple teams looking down on you, especially when they see 2 players instead of 1 coming from that dropship.
Yeah, you know what? I don't know if he's going to have some sort of an escape route, but if he can get out and then just find a crafter, it'd probably be safer to just get a mobile respawn beacon and then do that a little bit off the grid, kind of away from where a lot of these squads are. But I don't know if he's got the time or resources really to kind of make that call. It could be a little bit of a tough position for Xset right now, but at least the banners were picked up, and we'll see how that plays out for them in the future as we check in now with Washed, trying to deal some damage with that Rampage. Just a little bit of poke here. I think everybody's going to be fighting out for the best spots, and the squads that landed here earlier, like you were saying, when TSM's going to be in a great spot, are going to be making sure they do what they did in that first game and just hold everybody off until the absolute last minute.
Tough break right there. You can see the knock comes through. The Gibraltar Dome just doesn't come to the right spot, and there's the shots to finish it off. That's going to be Cruisin and the CLX squad. Now, CLX was the team that pushed off TSM on top of the roof with that Bangalore smoke that you were talking about, Glitter, in the previous game. Very nice plays coming in from Serial. And again, I am a firm believer that we don't have any caustics in there. I know that James is a little upset about that one, but when you are the only legend playing on a map right now, say that you are the only Horizon, you're the only Caustic, you're the only Bangalore, I always feel like that gives you a little bit more of an advantage on the map, especially when you are playing someone like Caustic, because you don't have anyone that's going to be able to push through that. But surprisingly enough, we didn't see that in Storm Point, and I think that we are probably going to see some Caustics going forward onto World's Edge. Back on board with TDG, second place in the previous game. They got really nicely into the zone here, and as anticipated, Glitter, right on cue, they're doing this one off the grid, but they're not going to go for the mobile respawn. They're going to go for a respawn just for round 1 outside of the zone, so they should be okay in that type of situation. And Wash, they're trying to fight back here too. They could be the first full squad eliminated here.
Ooh, Charlotte Phoenix deciding to go on the aggressive and start to clean up some points for themselves. I mean, that was a really, really clean push. Starting to use the smokes as well to try and prevent a third party from coming in, because as you can see on that top down, there are so many teams trying to make the move in to clean up this engagement. Now, Renegades being one of those squads looking very healthy and comfortable, but the Gibraltar ultimates are coming in. There's people on the outskirts that are trying to push Renegades now, and they're finding themselves in a tough spot. I mean, this is just chaos, and it's actually relatively early in the game.
Really nicely done from Madness to get back on over to his teammates, but he does get knocked throughout all of that, almost using that phase breach as an actual Wraith Q, as he does on Wraith so often. But now here comes the pressure coming around the corner. CLX is putting the aggression on big time. Saucer goes down, Pow Pow is down, and then Madness, the initial player knocked, ends up getting away with his life. Not quite sure how that happens. Pretty slippery by him, but that's going to cost 2 members of the Renegades their life. CLX started to heat up here, Glitter.
That was crazy. That was absolutely crazy that somehow CLX, the team that made the first push and stayed on the inside of that cluster of trees, somehow comes out on top at the end of all of that, considering how many teams they just had them in their sights. So huge props to CLX for handling that situation incredibly well and getting themselves some decent loot at the end of it all. But now Torrent checking back in with them. Torrent actually having a pretty decent bounce back in our last game, finishing very well for themselves there, and now we're seeing them here struggle. Rambo now the only player left alive for Torrent as they go out much earlier than they would have liked after that 3rd place finish.
Yeah, 3rd place in the previous game, 19th in game number 3. Not the points that they were looking for. They're going to get the good old goose egg there for the placement points. Top 15, that's when you start getting those placement points. 1 point once you get into that top 15. Speaking of 1, the winners from game number 1, Space Station. Let's see what they're up to. Drop Zenile and Frex with that great move over towards the high ground for the 3rd party to take over that from G2 and Sentinels. This time, a little bit more slower paced inside of the building, as they do have the zone pulling on over towards that southern side, and it should continue to do that.
Yeah, SSG's in a pretty solid spot for themselves, and they're another one that's they're a little bit of a yo-yo today. 1st place in the 1st game, the 20th in the 2nd game, so they're looking to have a little bit more solid finish here, especially with all of the cover and resources that they have at their disposal right now. And once again, that Devo with the turbocharger on SSG, that could be pretty scary. It looks like Startifight is potentially the one trying to look down and do some poke. But they're playing it smart here because they're not sure what they're about to get themselves into.
Yeah, I'm so glad that we have Bardoff and Vicky Kitty on top of what's in the crafters consistently day after day, because it really does make a huge difference in terms of how these pro players are going to go about what they are selecting. And right now you're seeing a lot of energy ammo. You also have seen a lot of long-range sniper rifles. The 30-30 is one of those weapons that can put in some serious work over and over again. That's going to be Starfight coming through again. Pickett with that entry fragging. Valkyrie used to play a lot of Mirage overall. Nice to see him play a legend that is going to be able to get him out of situations, since he is very hands-on and aggressive in terms of the way he approaches his fights. But look out if you're Sentinels. Bubble is going to go down. You can see the knuckle cluster coming inside, and that's going to be a tough break for Sentinels. That's going to cost them a lot of cells, but they do get the positioning. So overall, that is a good trade.
Yeah, but they are now going to be cohabitating with TSM, and that is probably the last place they really want to be. 2 of the heaviest hitters in the lobby is now stuck next to each other here. The doors for this building are also down, so there's not a whole lot of cover that Sentinels have at their disposal. We see a little bit of poke damage coming in onto them as G2 is now starting to push up towards SSG as well. So SSG might find themselves in a little bit of a sandwich situation, but they do have a little bit of that high ground advantage, that angle at least on G2, but G2 has been so aggro and unafraid to fight that this should be interesting.
G2 always likes to press the fights, and there's so many things being thrown over towards the side of Sentinels. I'm surprised they're not like getting cabbages and carrots and bread thrown at them, because there's just tons of knuckle clusters. You see the Q coming in from Ash trying to stop any type of pushes coming through on the opposite side. But yes, G2 now starting to advance on that horizon. We haven't seen any major black holes quite yet. We did see one in the first game, but that was on towards the side of where Sentinels was, and that wasn't G2's. But they do want to push on over towards this building eventually. Glitter, it is zone number 3. A couple options here. You can skyward dive eventually if you really needed to, but the way that they're kind of pinging this, it seems like they want to foot this one. And right when I say that, it could be a bubble skyward dive. So yeah, right on cue. They're starting to make the rotation. Tough spot here, though, because you don't really know where you're going to go. You don't have any information unless you get into the air and start getting that Valkyrie passive.
I think they realized that if they did try to kind of stay on foot, that it was just a little bit too much to have to push through this early on with 18 squads still left. So wait.
They went into the air, gathered information, and realized that they could not go to the spot that they wanted. So they are going to have to take this fight head-on-head with Space Station Gaming, and after Space Station sees that, they know, okay, this team just went into the air, they came back towards their spot, we're on the edge of the zone, we have to gatekeep them overall. But this could end up griefing both teams here, Glitter, because these are two very powerful teams that are about to fight. Speaking of fighting, Hal gets a knock right there onto Xset. You also see Madness getting one onto Presley as the Rat. So Madness doing big things even though the respawns have timed out.
He's got a Havoc with a turbocharger at his disposal, going to be going out swinging for his squad as he decides to make one push, see if he can get any extra KP. Is unable to do so, and he does go down. Sentinels, though. Sentinels, are they taking out TSM right now?
3-team fight, actually. You're going to see Kodagami inside of this one. Senpai is there as well. Verholst, last player alive on TSM, but there's multiple players from Sentinels in the vicinity, plus another team as Casellos is getting involved there. Senox gets the knock and finish right there onto Kodagami, so you got to be careful right now if you're Verholst. Are you going to be able to get the res onto Hal? Is that just bait? Still one player on the ground. That's going to be the thirst onto Senox. That's not their kill, though, so Verholst is going to have to take his time in this type of situation. Yes, you can see the player outlines. He's not fortunate enough to have those, so it's just a matter of time before he gets caught out, unless he can hit the sneaky res onto Hal without any sound cues, and it looks like right now they have an idea of where they're located.
I don't know if they're going to have enough time to go for this res. It looks like for a little while there were so many people backing. Now it looks like that they were allowed to at least get one back up, and now going to be using the PK in the hands of Verholst to keep off any sort of encroaching enemies at least long enough to get Hal a second opportunity at his life. And the banner is recovered, so there is potential for a full TSM squad to bounce back here if they're able to keep these two teams at bay.
You know, Hal must learn at an early age how to crawl, because that was some impressive crawling back on over towards the corner. You know, his parents are going to be proud of that one, but seriously, great job from Verholst with the shots too. The R301 connecting very cleanly, and like you said, there's an opportunity to get reps back into this one. They have a respawn beacon inside of the zone, as you've brought up a handful of times. There's the mobile respawn beacons inside of the crafter too. So a couple of different options here for TSM, but I think from a competition standpoint, you know, Glitter, I'm not quite sure what happened. I think the other teams maybe have gotten distracted, but when you have one of the best players, if not the best player in the lobby down, don't you want to thirst that guy? Don't you want to kill him? Don't you want to take his viewers and finish him? No, I'm just kidding.
I feel like there had to have been already spent throwables. Like, they didn't have the utility left in their backpacks to really finish that fight, because I was as confused as you were by the pullback there and not trying to kind of clean up the remainders of TSM, and now giving them a lot of time to get healthier and potentially recover fully. So it'll be interesting to see how they handle these final moments. 14 squads left, though. Now checking in with Bad Boys. Triple take in hand. I love how many snipers we're seeing on this map. That's another thing that I think is very unique to Stormpoint and makes it so much more fun.
Yeah, I can't wait to see what happens with reps too, if Verholst or Hal are going to be able to get back in. Keep in mind, with Hal being able to get back in, they could respawn and then hit a phase breach to get back on over towards the loot, similar to what they would use if there was a Wraith portal to get reps back into this one. And we all know how valuable reps will be, especially with that Gibby bubble over towards the tail end of the game. But Bad Boys coming in, and speaking of Gibbies, there's a hidden Gibby, Crouching Tiger, hidden Gibby around the corner, and that was Tony. He gets eliminated in 14th.
I think he was completely shocked to see a Gibby, of all people, trying to be small and stealthy, hiding just inside of the building that they have been holding down for quite some time now. I mean, Tony tried to get some extra KP, but does go down. You see lots of skyward dives. We're going to start seeing those attempts to rotate into a safer spot now as the zone continues to shrink here, and we'll start pushing in on a lot of our teams. That's actually TSM making the rotate, seeing if they can find somewhere safe or maybe even go for that res. You're seeing how many other teams are popping up on that Valk passive too, and this is a little bit scary for them with how many squads they're now surrounded by.
You know, I respect it. This is saving Private Reps right now, and you got to put some respect on Reps' name. That is just an insane play. They're not leaving anyone behind. Look at the skyward dives. Look at the defensive bombardments. It is getting crazy here in round number 4, Glitter.
I think right now we've got 4 or 5 teams in this one area. We've got G2, we've got Dexterity, I think I saw Complexity. I mean, there are so many squads trying to battle it out in a very, very small area right now, trying to hold on to the best positions for those final zones and hopefully just survive all of the kits that are getting dropped. SSG also in the mix. You know what? And then you've got AGG coming around the corner. I don't even know who's going to come out on top of this fight, but G2 has been scary all day and somehow been surviving. So, Tom, it might be them.
And they're just big chilling on this fence line. Meanwhile, the push is happening over towards the side. You saw a couple of knocks going on over for TSM. SSG looks like they're going to be eliminated in 7th place. A lot of teams were taken down through all that. And your boy Reps, he's back.
No way! Who let that happen?
Who let the Reps out? Ooh, he's coming for blood over here, too. Look at TSM. They're going to be able to get the kills, and the armor swaps. Reps goes from Naked and Afraid to red armor really quick, and you got to love that. They flew into the middle of the map, did the respawn in front of everybody. TSM with a risky play that pays off, and those are the type of plays that just gets your blood flowing. TSM now with a lot of momentum. You can see them picking up kills all over the kill feed. They're going to take out Cruisin' and Hakulo. Hell, in the kill lead, that's a scary thing to see for the rest of the lobby.
This is just TSM doing TSM things right now, and I don't know how, like you said, they flew into literally the middle of everyone that was left in the lobby, did not get punished for it whatsoever, and are able to bring Reps back and then get the free kill for all of the extra loot. I mean, that couldn't be any more TSM-esque, and now we're going to have to see if they're able to clean this up when all is said and done. Dexterity has been holding the top of these rocks and been poking damage down on the squads below, and this has been working out very, very well for themselves. G2 in a much rougher position. Now we saw SSG go out earlier, and right now the triple take out of, okay, stomps on to G2. G2 looked like they might have been able to hold everybody off, but Dexterity is having a little bit something to say about it.
Ouch, that hurts right there, and I love the positioning coming up on top of the high ground here on the rocks. It's a really great spot. They're going to have basically all of the opportunities in front of them. The one thing to worry about is TSM with all that momentum coming through, and you saw on that populated leaderboard with the teams remaining over towards the side, TSM has now moved themselves, I believe, into 1st place with all of those kills. Don't quote me on that one, but I think that thing is constantly being populated, as you also see Complexity just big chilling over here. So you have 3 teams coexisting on these rocks. They're going to set up basically this giant firing line on AGG, so it's going to be so tough for AGG to push out of here.
Complexity has been holding the low ground in that little cave for cover the entire time that Dexterity's been above them. So those two are kind of just helping each other right now pick off those squads that are below, like you were saying, the AGG. But we did see TSM right around the corner on the bottom side of those rocks, trying to see if they want to make that push up onto Dexterity, or if they want to first pick off AGG, who's also on the low ground with them, and then worry about what's above. But the fact that we are top 4 and TSM is back fully recovered and going up against all these teams, oh, this is going to get spicy at the end.
And what a perfect time to check out that multi-view. See the top of your screen, the multi-view is live. Click the command center below. You can get the comms from all these different teams. You can watch multiple points of view. You can watch multiple teams as this circle starts to close, and we'll see what TSM's going to be able to do in this type of instance. You know, Glitter, that they're marking out commands, and what I love about TSM in those instances is that they are going to have plan A, plan B, plan C, and they're going to have multiple plans for each plan if it goes south too, so they know exactly how they want to go and approach this situation. Unfortunately for Hal, he's taking a lot more damage than he was anticipating. He's going to go and back off and hit that heal as the zone slowly starts to close. You can see a minute and a half here until this game basically is going to end. Bubbles are going to be down. You can see teams remaining and their points on over towards the side. It's all about saving your bubble to that last second. The team that has that bubble up is most likely going to be able to walk away with the dub, but you have to execute inside of the bubble when the fight takes place. Hal has to be careful. I don't think he realizes that all 3 Complexity members are just waiting for the overextension.
That's what I'm trying to figure out. I'm trying to figure out if they're unafraid of Dexterity above them, or if they were unaware of Complexity on the low ground, because they have been being a little bit confident with some of their movements and the damage that they're willing to take right now, and I think we're seeing the results of that as Complexity does make the push out of the cave. TSM was unprepared for them to make that move, and Complexity is able to take them out, getting some nice KP on the board, but Dexterity able to drop down and get a lot of loot. and clean up after that battle, and now it's going to be between Dexterity, AGG, and Complexity here to fight it out for the final spot.
And again, the value from the final bubble right there from Dexterity, plus the God Spot over towards the high ground, really starting to pay off. You can see they bubbled down over towards the loot. You know that the Complexity bubble was down because they needed that to go to face off against TSM. Really tough break for TSM right there, but way to fight back and get reps back into this game. And what a job by Wave, Stomps, and Sung. Taking game 3, our final game on Stormpoint.
That was just, once again, superior positioning by Dexterity this time around, but it was that high ground, the same way that we watched it benefit SSG in our first game. I mean, once they had that spot and they didn't die in all of that chaos that erupted in like that wave before those final moments, that was when they were really, really set up for success, because nobody was about to be able to make any sort of a clean push onto them without them knowing. Look at that, 11 kills!
Yeah, a lot of points right there. And you know what? It kind of was the story of our first 3 games. A lot of unorthodox winners were coming through. Space Station was our only really kind of team that had shown anything in the previous splits. All these new squads, Dexterity coming through with a dub, Nightmare coming in, TDG came in with a 2nd place. What an exciting way to start our first 3 games here.
I also love that even though they didn't get the win, the incredible comeback from TSM and 10 kills to their name, I mean, that's huge because of what they had to fight through to even get to that point. I mean, that's a massive amount of points for TSM, making the best of a bad situation. So huge shout out to them as well as we take a look at some of what Nightmares struggling after a super strong game. Sentinels surprisingly low on this list, and I feel like this is just the weekend. Maybe no. Well, yeah, kind of the weekend of the unexpected, because I don't think anybody realized ESA was going to dominate that hard yesterday, and then today we've got so many Challenger Circuit squads just absolutely crushing it.
Look at the damage coming out from this team, too. And the unsung hero, 0 kills, but we know he was putting down some serious damage. 0 assists. I'm not buying it. This graphic's broken. Someone take a look at that. I got your back, Sung. Don't worry about it. But seriously, great job from Dexterity. It's not easy to get on over towards these high ground spots in these type of lobbies. These lobbies are absolutely stacked. But you hit the nail on the head, Glitter. It's all about getting over towards that high ground. And that's why you're seeing Ash become so valuable, Valkyrie becomes so valuable in all of these different type of situations. Again, hats off to our first winners in the first 3 games. It's Dexterity, Nightmare, and SSG. And unfortunately, it was a Nightmare game 3 for the teams that had a great game 2. So that's going to switch the leaderboard up a lot.
Yeah, what I love, though, that's doing is, yes, the teams aren't as consistent as we'd love, but it's the first day, so I'm not even worried about that. The volatility right now that we're seeing is actually keeping things very close, because the teams that do really, really well one game, then they fall off the next one. It opens up a lot of space for other teams to have those strong performances and bounce back. So then moving into subsequent weeks, it's just going to be even closer. I'm here for it, okay? I'm here for the competition.
And also, we have Fallout here for the competition as well. Welcome back, my guy.
Thanks so much, Tom. Thank you, Glitter. And yeah, I'm all about the competition, because guess what? The best part about the competition so far is it hasn't been a cookie-cutter competition what we're used to seeing in the Pro League, right? We've seen quite a few teams that maybe we wouldn't have expected to perform and place as consistently as they've placed. And some of them are Challenger Circuit teams. You have TDG, you have Nightmare, you have a few others. Dexterity, a team that was in Pro League, slight roster change, obviously performing in that game number 3. It has been a lot of fun to watch so far, and a little bit different than what we're used to. Let's walk through the highlights here for those that maybe missed it. Tom, Glitter, talk me through them.
Yeah, I mean, we saw such a great game number 1, and it started off with G2 in this bubble fight, and Glitter was talking about how they basically debated this team. After originally getting knocked, they come back, get the kills on them, take their gold bag. We saw some Kraber play coming into this game, but all in all, I think the big move was that Space Station Gaming flank on over towards the corner, towards the tail end of the game, when Sentinels and G2 both had that great fight. Frex comes around the corner, hits a scan. It's coming up here very soon after we watch what TSM was doing and dominating. They went out in 3rd place, but this was the high ground that they took over, and what a great way to start this off, Glitter.
Yeah, I mean, this was a huge win for SSG here in that first game, but we said it while we were watching it, we'll say it again. Also, huge shout out to AGG in that game number 1, because they fought tooth and nail to fight off TSM to get themselves a 2nd place finish. So that was massive for AGG, that team. Now we're into game number 2, though. We see Bad Boys struggling a little bit there, but somehow coming out on top. And we we were talking about, you were talking about, Tom, Matt Pickett here. He'd start a fight, able to do some work as well.
Yeah, Matt Pickett, again, one of the more underrated players out there, also a great personality, so definitely big shout out to him. And this was, again, a very unpredictable game Fallout in terms of we didn't know what was going to happen, but one of Vicky's picks on the low-key, Nightmare, coming through with a great game number 2.
Yeah, massive game from Nightmare. Again, one of our Challenger Circuit squads performing here. And one thing I loved about these first 3 games was the diversity of the circles we saw. We saw a very, very far north zone in Game 1 going over towards Wall. And then Game 2, we saw a very south zone dropping towards Sino Cave in the southwest. And then a very central zone here to finish things off just east of Mill. And All Glory Gaming, one of my favorite kind of standout points from the first 3 games was AGG. I mean, one of our Mexican teams, one of 2 LATAM or Mexican teams qualifying. And, of course, formerly known as Legacy MX. They get signed by All Glory Gaming, and they perform so far. It's been so much fun to watch this team. And, of course, Game 3, though, in the end, Complexity, you saw TSM in the mix, but ultimately Dexterity finished on top, Glitter.
Yeah, I mean, I'll say it again. It was just the positioning that Dexterity was able to hold on the entire time while they were still dealing that damage was that was the reason they won. I mean, they pushed up early. They earned it through, like, that middle game fight that happened with all those squads, and then they made sure they closed it out there at the end. I mean, that was a very, very strong first half to the day for all of our teams.
Yeah, that's right. Congrats to Stomps, former member of ESA. 15 chips now playing alongside this Dexterity roster. You saw his teammate, Farmer Lucas, the artist formerly known as Farmer Lucas. He dropped Farmer from his name, now just Lucas on Bad Boys a little bit earlier in the highlights. But one thing I'm super curious about is, as a result of the first 3 games, what the hell are the standings? I mean, honestly, it's anyone's game at this point. So different than what we saw yesterday. Wow. It is TSM on top, but just barely 1 point over AGG. And from first all the way to 10th and 15th, that's girls team with TDG, anyone can still win this tournament. It's about who's going to perform and show up on World's Edge, Tom.
Yeah, World's Edge is going to be a completely different beast, and we don't know if we're going to be running into 50-50s, how that's going to work, but I'm anticipating it to be a little bit more aggressive, especially in the way that TSM plays this. This is going to be the TSM getting into the middle of the zone type thing. This is going to be TSM, if the zone ends over towards Fragment East or West, they're going to leave that, they're going to go over towards No Name, they're going to play the chokes, they're going to be looking for a lot of kill points, and that's what's going to excel them in this leaderboard if they can pull it off, but a lot of teams are on their heels.
Yeah, I got a lot of stock in teams like TSM, Sentinels that obviously know World's Edge very, very well. Whereas obviously a lot of these newer teams haven't grinded World's Edge for the last 2 years in competitive Apex. So I think TSM is only going to continue to trend upwards. Complexity tends to be a little bit of a hit or miss, though. They went up 11 placements in that last game to the top 7, I believe. We'll see how Complexity performs on World's Edge. They sometimes tend to struggle, especially on the southern zones. I saw Monsoon in chat yesterday talking about, when we play World's Edge, 2/3 of the game seem to be guaranteed to get southern zones. We'll see how they do on that far rotation, Glitter. That's going to be a really, really key discussion point going into Game 4.
Yeah, I love that you pointed out, too, that there is potentially an experience gap, right, between the squads that have been playing the entire time on World's Edge and the ones that haven't been able to get as much time in. So we'll have to see if that plays into it. But there is also that momentum factor with a lot of the unexpected heroes of the day so far. I'm actually really excited for World's Edge. It's going to shake a lot of things up, and it's going to be fun.
Yeah, I completely agree. And that was a big storyline yesterday, right? ESA looked really strong, winning the last 2 games on Storm Point. And then we're like, oh, maybe things will change in World's Edge. And we realized, wait, ESA is a hell of a World's Edge team as well. So they just, of course, continued to trend upwards. They won the first 2 games of World's Edge. I think that's the same for teams like TSM, but that's obviously a big storyline here. Where, again, a team like AGG played really, really well in Storm Point. We're able to catch people off guard. And keep in mind, AGG doesn't really scrim in these scrim lobbies or scrim bubbles with the American teams as often. So you're able to play a brand new map. No one really knows how you play. But World's Edge, they struggled a little bit last Pro League. So I really hope they can keep up the consistency. But, we'll see if they can do that here going into game number 4. Tom, on that point of Storm Point, let's take a look at the drop spots overall and kind of wrap up Storm Point before we say goodbye and head over to World's Edge. Talk me through some of the drop spots and what we saw, any kind of early fights or important considerations with these drop spots.
I definitely think one of the main things to look at is just how slow that was played Fallout, because everybody wants to get that experience. You can't reiterate that enough. Also, we'll get an opportunity to see Complexity in the middle of the screen. I want to give a big shout out to Reptar. So many great moments that he gave to us throughout all of his career in the ALGS. Just sending him a lot of love to see the Complexity squad also playing with Muffins and Shiny together. So really root for them to pull through. But Reptar, thank you for all of the great memories, and I hope that you are doing well. But going back to what we see here, saw a lot of different zones, saw a lot of different angles being taken by teams, but TSM playing the God spots, anticipate a lot more aggressive play going into World's Edge. Yeah, and I could actually add on to that, tribute to Reptar, the last of an era of a dynasty, the last original Complexity team member when he played way back when with that original squad that was so dominant in Poland and was so entertaining, and yeah, years and years of entertainment that he was able to put on, and the listen-ins, of course, with Complexity, the passion he showed, the skill he showed, his gameplay. Big shout out to Reptar, wishing you nothing but the best. But with that said, going into game number 4, World's Edge, any predictions of what we can expect here? I know we started talking a little bit about which teams are going to trend upwards or maybe downwards. Glitter, any bold predictions?
I don't know if I have any bold predictions, honestly, because I think that right now TSM is starting to be a little bit hot, especially after that comeback in this last game. But also the fighting style that we've seen out of G2. I know that's your pick, Tom, but I've really enjoyed watching them today, and I think they might continue to do well moving over to World's Edge.
Ooh, I like that. Tom, how about you? Yeah, I agree with a lot of Glitter was talking about, but also look out for Bardolph's pick in Sentinels too. But, you know, we can't forget about the teams that are surprising us. So if anything, I just hope to be surprised more in these next 3 games. Yep. Surprises will certainly come. Surprises have been had already with so many teams, Nightmare, AGG, and others performing. Girls team obviously playing really well in that game number 2. So will they be able to do the same, continue to surprise us in these last 3 games? We'll, of course, find out. But before we jump to a break, I have to take a moment. We talked a lot about Complexity and Reptar to talk about Monsoon. And in case you missed it, maybe you've been living a little bit under a rock, brand new content series on the official Play Apex Esports YouTube, youtube.com/Play Apex Esports. We had a Let's Play / dropping in style podcast meets gameplay experience. It was myself, Zach Mazer, Monsoon. Asked them all the tough questions, who's the best Apex player, etc. Make sure to check out that content on YouTube and follow us on all things socials, twitter.com/Play Apex Esports, alongside the great content. By the way, YouTube content's been hitting. youtube.com/Play Apex Esports. Shout out to the EA team who's been producing some amazing content. There's some upcoming TSM content as a little hint for y'all. And of course, follow us on Twitch, twitch.tv/Play Apex. But it's going to be it for us. Games 1 through 3, Storm Point done and dusted. I love this format, this style of play. Going into Game 4, it's anyone's game versus yesterday. Yes, history was made, which I respect, but we knew who was going to win the game after Game 3. Let's be honest here. It's anyone's game at this point. We will find out who will clutch up in Games 4 through 6 when we come back with Vicky and James after this break.
Drop to the car, drop to the car. Yeah, drop to the car.
Armor swaps in the boxes. Armor swaps on the boxes. 90 on crypto. 40 on gold.
Solo. On the left side. Give me. Let's go.
Good. Perfect game.
A whole new world. Sorry. Well, World's Edge, not a whole new world, but it's relatively familiar. And what I'm expecting, Vicky, is more cryptos. I want to see drones all over the place. We're going to expect some different compositions. I want to see all this happening and some caustics as well.
Okay, you know what? I agree with you, James. I am all about it here because we are moving on to World's Edge. And you know what? All Glory Gaming, that's a team that's been rocking the crypto since the very start of Storm Point today. Also, just got to say, I love the fit. I love the glasses. Can you see through those, actually?
Absolutely
can
not.
you see through your drone?
I can't see it. I mean, normally I can. Normally I can see through this little camera here. But right now it's all black, Vicky. So you're going to have to help me out.
All right, well, you can just imagine World's Edge in your head right now as we look at where Start a Fight is going to be landing. Although, in that last game, we saw Dexterity come out on top. They had the God spot for that final circle, but we're not on Storm Point anymore. And with some of those adjustments now being transferred over to World's Edge, you're going to be seeing teams like TSM get right back into their comfort zone. You're going to be seeing a lot of these teams change up their composition, change up their pace, and you are going to be seeing the Caustics come out like you wanted to see them, James.
Man like Sung back on the caustic. Let's go. They switched the Valkyrie to a different player, so he's playing Valk on Storm Point, but when it comes to old familiar, he's back in yellow, baby. Oh my days. Never been more excited for a barrel in my life.
You're going to see them a lot, especially looking at this circle pulling all the way north towards Skyhook here. This is going to be exciting. I'm wondering if there's a beacon up north towards Frag West where you sometimes see that beacon. You see a lot of teams prioritize that spot. If there is no beacon, which it doesn't look like there is, Skyhook is going to get contested quickly here. Those beacon controls are going to be absolutely a necessity here for some of our squads. But TGG, they're in a very comfortable position as they're probably going to try to run a more defensive composition. Again, I'm happy to see that girls team has been rocking more of an aggressive style because in the Challenger circuit, until the very end for the relegations, they're playing a lot more defensive, prioritizing those last circle positionings instead. We actually saw a girl on the Caustic on World's Edge too, so I'm wondering, we're going to see that a lot more often here as we do make this shift away from Storm Point into World's Edge.
Yeah, it's nice to see a north zone as well. I think the southern teams have it quite nice, and there's going to be some long rotations. Now, in previous splits, we've seen that Dome has not been favored by any team, but I think it's E8 we have landing there. I'm not sure if it was just there or if they spread out towards the northeast as well, but we'll look for the later games to see if that is true or false. In with TDG, and again, if you watched Girl stream yesterday, they were playing some ranked, and they were just it wasn't about the placement of the ranked, it was about the communication, working together. And again, she is very deliberately an extremely calming influence in the way she communicates with the team as the in-game leader, allowing them to focus. Nothing too crazy, no screaming, but you know, maybe in the heat of the battle that might happen, but they're very, very focused. It's really good to see, actually. She's a very measured and deliberate player, and it's great to see that, and perhaps we'll see some of that later on with the comms, but for now they'll be looting the pills, as some like to say. R99 Wingman, not a bad combo. See what she's opting for, and it will be Wingman Peacekeeper. Peacekeeper, a very favourable shotgun at present. Now, we could see Lazarus in one of the buildings, which I feel like, if you're going to see a team push a building with a dome, this is one of the most common places where it happens. So I think you always have to expect this if you are here in the middle of the game, that a team may they might try and force their way in with a dome. So you should expect to have a fight in a building such as that.
Especially with these Caustics on these team compositions more often. You know that they want to prioritize taking control over these buildings to set up those gas traps, but let's not forget again, we highlighted it before we jumped into this game, All Glory Gaming, this is a team running the crypto, and what does that mean when it comes to more Caustics being brought out here? That means that EMP is going to delete the Gibby Dome, it's going to delete those Caustic traps, and you're going to find yourself in some trouble having to heal up some of those shields too. So you're going to be put into that disadvantage, and we can't ignore the crypto buffs that also came out to allow Crypto to just get right into the fight immediately after utilizing that EMP without having to be in that drone just as often. But that's something important here. This location here, we've seen the circles pull away from Skyhook over this building, and it's so important because even though there's no beacon on top of here, you won't have that beacon control, but at least you will have that space for the next two circles.
I wonder what the plan is for Exet, because there's only going to be teams coming their way if they're in the zone. And with 20 squads up, it's going to be a long time they're going to be hanging out on the outside there. So this is going to be a very interesting scenario. And again, if you need resources, there aren't going to be many places you can go to get them. Of course, there is a care package coming their way. We'll see if Vayne opts to drop the dome to cover it, pick up some loot from that because it is exposed to the windows above. But indeed, they've got an uncomfortable wait for a long time up there if they don't look to rotate. And if they do, they're going to have to burn their dome, I would imagine. Angles on them. We can see Torrent just looking out and seeing the lay of the land in the meantime. Again, they've got plenty of space for now. We can see the green ring as well, so they can chill in this position for a while. They've got the replicator there if they haven't used it already. So they're not in too shabby a position. 2 blues and a purple as far as the armor is concerned. Things could be worse.
Love to see Torrent also on the crypto, with Rambo being one of those new additions here. Part of the team being incorporated, as they are going to be able to also get that beacon without overcommitting to scan the beacon, get that next information. As Nightmare playing things a little bit slower, have that Loba still here from Lux. And it's going to be great here on World's Edge. We were highlighting it on Storm Point before, where you don't really have to overcommit to get the loot out of those death boxes with that black market, but you could also secure those final circles a lot better without feeling like you need to put yourself more at risk here. They are putting down some pinks as they want to scan that beacon. It's going to be important, but we do know that there's 2 other squads that were here on Skyhook earlier, TGG, who have rotated out, and Renegades over on the other side. So it looks like it's all clear here to be able to scan that beacon here for Nightmare.
This is actually quite the interesting challenge for the newcomer teams. Of course, I imagine all these players will be very familiar with World's Edge, but if you're a newcomer to the highest echelon of Apex here in the ALGS, and you've got to play on 2 different maps per day, that's quite interesting. So we'll see if we can see consistency from the teams who have done well so far, such as Nightmare, as we move to World's Edge instead of Storm Point. That's going to be an interesting question. And again, when I see this building, I'm just waiting for somebody to dome in. And I do wonder if Exet will consider doing that themselves, as they have a Jibby downstairs. If more teams come their way, does that make them a bit skittish, a bit uncomfortable, a bit nervous, where they feel like they need more cover? We'll have to find out later on.
Yeah, it's, again, just very interesting to see how these different compositions have now been brought out into World's Edge. We were expecting this before. It's no surprise, as some of these teams have already taken up on the high ground. Again, scanning these beacons are a priority here. We sometimes have that beacon on the high ground of Epi, as Wash are overlooking some of the action going on right here. One of our Challenger Circuit teams who have been able to put on a lot of work, as well as just trying to keep up to pace with a lot of the other teams that we've been seeing come out. TGG, Nightmare. Now they are going to be able to put in some pings as they just wait out for some of these teams to kind of expose themselves. But the bridge here, the bridge control is so important because it's in the middle of a lot of rotation, so they have to look to their 6 to make sure that they're not going to get third-partied.
Yeah, and they get so much information as well. Not hard to see on either side, and they can spread that task across the 3 players. Now, Unlucky are not in the best of situations here, as they are squishy. I think one of those 2 armors just got converted to blue, but there's 1 more to go now. 50 points away. He'll be desperately looking for that. But the Loba ult will certainly help. Again, will give them plenty of ammo to land those bullets. So we'll see what they're able to do. But it will be patience for now. As we can see, they're not in the next zone, so they'll have to get moving eventually. Oh, getting shredded indeed. That's the problem with being squishy. Your armor doesn't last very long.
It's unfortunate, but they have the black market, so they don't have to really worry too much here. And as the fighting commences right underneath them, they don't really have to worry too much, but they are going to have to worry about moving soon because that circle is pulling more so to the west. It's south of Skyhook. That's why sometimes you see a lot of these teams prioritize that building north of Frag West for a reason, because you have a lot of rotation capabilities just to either go north, go south. So that's going to be good here. It's going to be chaotic soon as a lot of these other teams are now rotating away from Skyhook. You can see Nightmare now taking the high ground as Renegades still overstays their welcome maybe at Skyhook as they are rotating over to the west side.
I saw one team that was already inside the zone at Geyser. I don't know if they were using a replicator or something, or if they were just being really, really, really safe. But there was nobody quite near them, so we'll see how that rotation happens. There's playing edge, and then there's that, which is quite extra. But again, it's not going to cause too much damage, so it won't be too much concern. But it is a long way to safety in that 60 seconds that is coming before that ring starts to move. So there's going to be, well, they're not going to have what they want. It's going to be slim pickings in terms of cover once they make their way to that ring, and that is the downside of playing edge, but we'll see what they're able to do. We'll keep an eye on them, whoever that is. In the meantime, Renegades are biding their time. They've got their building, they've got position. They just need to keep other teams away.
Yeah, well, a lot of these teams are taking their time, slowly just trying to inch their way towards a circle, making their next moves here. You can see none of these squads have dropped just yet. Almost a slow down pace in comparison to what we had seen at the start of a lot of our Storm Point matches. But it's great here, because with Multiview, you get to listen in to see what a lot of these other teams' comms are sounding like, so that way you can take some notes for your own IGL, for your own games here, start a fight. They're also coming in hot with those evil shields. Matt Pickett rocking the purple. They see another team right in front of them. It looks like that team actually was trying to prioritize that beacon, and that's why you see that bombardment being called in as Start a Fight are trying to make their next move to push in.
Start a Fight was a team at the Giza, as I like to call it.
Giza.
Well, the ring is starting to move now, so again, pressure will slowly start to increase. Well, this is interesting. Let's see where Start a Fight are headed to as they want to make inroads now. And of course, the Valkyries will certainly help these rotations, especially for the teams that are further away. But on World's Edge, as we have seen, some of these landings can be a little gambly. Perhaps they'll find some confidence in the Valcult that just left the area they're landing in. They are going to be in the zone for now, as we can see. I'm not sure if that was an escape from that Valcult or if they were just looking to be deeper into the ring. Either way, there are 59 players, so just one person has fallen thus far. Everybody else is up, and we can see that Tony is down, so TDG could be having some issues. Complexity as well as Sentinels look to get some KP on the board.
And look at Space Station. They're just waiting for the opportunity to move in on TGG. They're right behind TGG too here. Les actually just swapping some of those views, but they have to watch out because that third party is coming in short as Tony does get res here in time. G2 also in the feed, popping off on Complexity, who are in some trouble. I like this spot, but remember, there's Renegades over in the other side by Skyhook. We saw Nightmares could potentially make a showing here as Space Station now rotate right past TGG. Not just serve, TGG knows that Space Station actually, as the other squad has now made their rotation right past them.
Yeah, we're going to have a listen in with TDG as well, as they've got a busy area around them and they have to make some really important decisions here.
So let me see where we want to go. We want to, I mean, that's most likely taken. We can fly up here.
Where?
But no, it's too far. You know the tower? I doubt anyone's playing it early. Because they would get shot.
Wait, this building has multiple floors. We can hold the floor on that building. If anything.
Yeah, we could play. Yeah, we could play edge as well.
You can just drop right here, Gibby.
Okay, let's go take a floor before they take the floor. Watch the.
He's flying here.
Chops. What the? Did it just disappear off my screen? I'm like lagging.
I'm lagging too, really bad.
Oh well, this floor is fine. Oh, I'm looking at the map.
There's a trap.
Can we fly in this corner? What do you think?
I don't know.
We could if there's nobody there.
I hear gunshots on the other side of the wall, so I don't even know.
Yeah, we shouldn't risk it. We shouldn't risk it. We shouldn't risk it. Walk up. Walk up.
They're shooting from the diner.
Right here.
Let's go this way.
Oh, I gotta heal. I gotta heal. It's not the worst spot. If you can make it across.
I'm kind of head glitch this.
Knock's out at the door. Lock the door.
I have no bats, but I have a lot of stuff. You need to make it to us. Can you just dome yourself this way?
They're gonna ulti us if I do. They will ulti us.
Yeah, but we can dodge the ulti. Look.
All right, pushing up.
Yeah, that's fine. And I don't think they will full on push us.
Hit 28 on Gibby, purple. I'm getting shot from the other side.
Yeah, you can play on me. Play on me if you need.
Yeah, I'm good. No, I'm good. Crouch. Someone's climbing here. Right.
You might have to ult them if they push behind us.
It is better, Tony, because you have cover from the side.
All right, I'm coming.
You also can play over here on me too.
How many cells do you guys have? I have 3 cells, 2 bats right now.
I can give you 2. I have no bats. I have no bats.
I got some bats here.
Here's 2 more. Here's 2 more.
I have 2 bats.
Watch here. Watch here.
I love hearing the comms from Girl. That IGL just trying to secure that final circle positioning is so important. Her listing that sniper tower towards the south of the tunnel of Skyhook is going to be such a necessity as a spot since we see so many circles finish there. But the high ground obviously allows that great positioning for you to overlook a lot of the action happening from right below you. But it's getting there, James. That's the problem here. They were considering using the redeploy, maybe just kind of hesitant, way too much, just backpedal that space station. Now we're taking some of those pot shots at them.
Yeah, what is Drop doing with this 30-30? He's landing every shot almost. That is absolutely devastating. You so rarely see that. I know Raindays is a fan of this, but it's hard to, you rarely see it executed in this fashion. And that is going to be horrible for guys who are lacking shields, as this position may be horrible for Girl & Co. Because how do they rotate from this spot? How do they, like, even if they wanted to go into the tunnel, how would they make it there? If they wanted to Valcult, I mean, they've got the most brief of cover with maybe more than one team aiming at them. So I think they may be in quite the pickle now, as they've opted for the safer option in the short term. But long term, what are they going to be able to do? Washed getting eliminated in front of our eyes. Exa getting some KP now, and some loot boxes as well. Still playing on the outside. They've been here forever. Maybe considering finally making a push on the inside, but they've got barrels to contend with.
For the first time in forever, they finally get to see the inside of that building because they were waiting on the outside for so long, but they could not push in because they had another squad to worry about that had secured the inside of that building first. Meanwhile, a bombardment getting called on top of space station, forcing them off the high ground, but that's not going to stop Dropped. He's got that 30-30 like you were listening before, and he's going to be able to utilize some peeking through the window. But G2 being in this spot, this is a sniper tower that Girl was talking about when we were doing that listening, and here comes the EMP.
Oh my God!
Dome, in conjunction to the bombardment. What a combo did I just see happen right before TSM's eyes? TSM in the back is like, that's none of our business. We're looking at all the action. We heard from Hal himself what he thinks about crypto, but that was insane from Torrent as they actually try to execute that as a wombo combo from the EMP into the bombardment.
Somehow they are still alive. The combo meal deal, the hunger buster, but they'll still be starving. I think maybe the defensive bombardment was to allow rotations on the other side. The second last one we saw, TDG landing on top of a car. We'll see if they can make their way on the inside. The doors may be open, but they've got other players to deal with first. And that ring's certainly going to help them as well. Girl drops down. He goes. All that damage with a 30-30. Not going to be good enough. Space Station, smell you later. They've been eliminated. So Buff Pathfinder, G2 still up top. Torrent, I presume, still on the bottom. Great position for now as they see plays in flesh, trying to cue them to death, but they're still alive.
Hal may be, yeah, but Hal's in the bottom right there as G2 are going to be able to take all the shots in the world. Again, this is exactly the same spot that we heard Girl talking about, mentioned in those comms. Hal is going to be able to actually clutch us out, stays alive for TSM, as well as cleaning up Lazarus as they get dropped down. G2 now are going to still continue on this onslaught of damage. Headshot after headshot, but you have to watch out. You have to reserve some of that ammunition. He's melting people, but he's only got 49 ammo in the reserve.
The ego peaks from Drench. He doesn't care if he's got no ammo left. He's getting that KP. He's getting those points on the board. He has got 56 ammo in that R301, but there's some light ammo on the floor as well, so surely he's seen that. That needs to be collected. That care package, I can't imagine anybody's going for that anytime soon unless it's a desperation play for some armor. And by the way, while all this is happening up close, while G2 are using all their ammo, Sentinels seem to be playing edge. Unless I've missed something, they're playing edge at the moment, just witnessing all of this, waiting to make their play a little later on. So keep an eye, keep a thought about them in the back of your minds. And indeed, maybe because they need the ammo, G2 now pushing it.
Oh! They're playing around the domes, but this could be so risky just to give up that spot to drop down. I mean, yeah, if they need the ammo, you know, you can't do anything about it here. But now this is going to open things up. Hal could try to get on the high ground there too, but he isn't going to find the opportunity. Instead, he's still poking at them. He takes care of Uriz. That's going to be Torrent getting taken out as the rest of G2 manage to make their way back onto the high ground on top of that sniper tower. They're actually going to try to push him off to the side as one of the players from G2 actually trying to find and isolate Hal.
Is he able to make it over the wall or around the wall? Either or, either one will be fine. He's running, but there's absolutely nowhere to hide. He's got players coming at him from all directions, but it can't thirst him too much because they'll all be exposed to each other. G2, the masters of the skirmish with the Wraith Portal down, looting up now as we've got bombardments all over the place. It's almost a collective bombardment, but we've got domes as well. Sung and his team are forced forward by the zone. That's going to hurt all kinds G2 now finding angles. They've got teams with no cover looking to shred, looking to find even more KP behind the wall. They're using the gap as well. Relatively safe for G2. It's 3 KP all over the place. 5 squads remaining, but for how long?
No one's gonna contest G2 because their backs are against the ring. They know here. Bad Boys gets eliminated. Sentinels gets taken out. I don't know how Hal is still alive here. Look at this. Wait, is he hiding underneath this? I mean, how are these death boxes just stacked up so hard up there? That was absolutely insane. AGG is also still alive. They were the squad that wasn't on the 6 of G2 as they were able to just push right into that fight. Third party at the perfect time, clean that up, and you can currently see Gent. He's got that vote. He's got it ready. That was the care package that was right behind Hao, as he's just going to be hiding out right outside this fence, just waiting for the opportunity to go for a third party.
Keep an eye on Hal. G2, I don't think they have any idea where he is, but Design must be looking for him. Yeah, Design is hunting. Design is, he's kind of thirsty, but he could be in trouble. Oh, no, that's okay. Hal gets taken down as a shield swap there as well, and we're down to 2. G2 have 12 kills on the board at the moment, and they're looking to get more. G2 and AGG on opposite sides, plenty of cover. Gent using the angles to vault, absolutely shredding. He is melting these players. Crack low, they be dead as well. G2 absolutely storming this game. The first game on World's Edge, deleting left and right. Take the L's, the whole lobby getting absolutely wrecked. So much damage from the high ground, the decision-making to drop with the portal to get the ammo to loot up. They had the angles, nobody had any cover. G2 stormed this one.
Shoved them in the microwave and melted them down. That Volt, can we talk about G2 out here? I mean, not only with their positioning, with the timing for the rotation from the circle, after that circle was pulling away from that sniper tower, utilizing that Volt. I mean, before that game, G2 was ranked number 7 overall within the last 3 games here. Now as we're on World's Edge, they take the game, and they take so many KP while they're at it.
Absolutely electric from G2. The decision-making, the risk-taking as well. Again, they knew what they had to do. They were playing for first place. You got to take those risks. You got to get down there. You got to get those kills, loot those boxes, get that ammo, find those angles, get your cover, and absolutely shred 16 kills. Hulks in the top half here. No one is even close. That was a smoke show from G2. Beautiful stuff from them.
Leave some for the rest of us. G2, 16 kills. That's the most kills that we've seen in the lobby from our winning team so far. So an amazing performance from G2 just coming out on top. Again, it's that World's Edge just easing into it. Our team's feeling more at home here as they make that transition away from Stormpoint. But we have to talk about the consistency that we're seeing from All Glory Gaming. This is a team that not only has been able to consistently be in the top 3, but again, here on World's Edge, they replicate that again. They've been rocking the crypto here too. We've been seeing it on Stormpoint. They've been doing it here on World's Edge, and they're still consistently staying on top here on top of the competition.
Yeah, TDG with another, well, they're consistently being in the top half of the leaderboard from what I can see, but indeed, TSM coming 3rd there, if I'm not mistaken. I would imagine that they could quite possibly be top of the overall leaderboard, but we'll have to see because G2 will have something to say about that. Gent with 13 kills. He's going to be talking all kinds of smack on Twitter. Make sure you're following because it's going to be nasty. That is a massive game. Almost 3,000 damage from him. Thank you and good night.
The endgame right there was a clip alone that Jen could just put on his portfolio. I mean, that was absolutely insane right there. As G2, they end up taking that first win here on World's Edge. I love it. I love what we're going to be seeing from the rest of our squads going into these last 2 final games of the day. And that's the excitement that having 2 maps in the competition brings to us. It's the adjustability that we're going to be seeing, the adjustments rather, that we're going to be seeing from these teams and how they're going to be able to bring these different compositions, these different play styles into these 2 different maps.
I called Wraith Portal earlier for G2, but obviously they are playing Ashe on this occasion, as we could see, so just want to correct that. But again, fantastic play, and decision-making was outstanding from G2 in that one. We're going to have a look at the leaderboard now and see the scores on the doors, who is at the top. That is where it all counts, and we can see TSM indeed in 3rd place, just 2 behind AGG and G2, currently tied for 1st.
That's insane. Remember what we were saying before, G2 was in 7th before. They move up 6 spots, putting themselves in 1st place to tie up with All Glory Gaming, who came in 2nd place. Again, this is a team that has been putting in so much work, with TSM dropping down to 3rd place. But remember what we've seen from TSM before. The comeback masters. Just because that was game number 4, we got 2 more games left, and it is looking so close in terms of the competition for our top 3 teams.
Yeah, and respect to, you know, we're beyond halfway through the day today, and the top half of the table has a lot of new names in it. TDG there, of course, notably as well. We can see that Torrents are on the way up, currently in 11th place. Complexity dropping some there, but again, we've got 2 more games to play, and there are a lot of points to be collected, so there's definitely time and space for this leaderboard to change, at least in the middle area, so we shall see. But for now, it is time for a break. When we're back, it's game number 5 with handsome, beautiful casters. We'll see you after the break.
Keep it still in RV.
Just hold these kids, hold these kids, hold these kids. If we ult them, they'll sit in RV.
Yeah. I'm gonna wait. I'm gonna wait.
Body. They're ult it, ult that corner.
I'm moving in. I'm bumping right here.
Come on, baby, let's go.
They're nuts, dude.
Welcome back to the NAALGS Split 2, Day 2. Glitter Explosion and T-Squared here, hanging out with you guys for our second game, now on World's Edge. We've switched maps. We're more than halfway through the day, Tom. And listen, I had said G2 going into this first World's Edge. I don't know if they heard me, but 16 kills? Are you kidding me?
Would you stop stealing my picks? Come on, Glitter. We know that you picked
That's
TSM.
true.
You can't
That's
just go picking 2 teams here. I don't like that you're coming up on my team here. I'm the only one to pick G2, and you see why. But hey, they popped off right there. Can we talk about how nasty that final clip was? The Volt with the Devo, and we're seeing so many turbochargers right there, and you don't want to mess with G2 when they're playing this hot.
I mean, they like radiate this level of confidence right now and this
Oozing
comfort with their aggression that I don't think anybody else is currently matching. I mean, they were shredding people from that sniper perch.
They're a momentum team, you know, and that's one of the most classic Apex zones, too, so you're going to see great plays coming out from especially Hal, too. Can we talk about the rat that he did? The job that he got from, what, going from maybe like 7th place to all the way to 3rd place, and if it wasn't for Designful coming around the corner, they may have been griefed in the back from Hal while they started to push the other team. So really great job from everybody involved in that final circle. But that's a classic end zone, and again, G2, when they're starting to heat up like this, becomes a scary thing for the rest of this lobby. We'll see where the zones go, though, going forward. That was a little bit of a hike for a lot of the teams, but that's when G2 specializes going forward all the way from Thermal Station up towards the top of the map, picking up kills along the way.
Yeah, I think these last 2 games are only going to continue to get even crazier. I mean, I don't even count this last match as a bad one for TSM because not only was Hal able to rat, but he was doing damage. He was getting knocks. He was getting points for his squad along the way. And I totally agree with you. I think that had Designful not run back and checked around that corner, I was waiting for Hal to just have the most perfectly timed and opportune third-party situation to completely destroy one team from you know, the side angle. And that still put points on the board for TSM, and I think that's what's really important going into these last 2 games as we are in the dropship getting ready to go for game number 5 out of 6 for the day. I think the fact that Hal was able to do that and keep TSM up now with G2 and AGG at the top of the leaderboards, it's still anybody's game.
Yeah, Hal, the master splinter of rats, basically, just coming through, showing everybody how it's done.
You are killing it today, Tom, okay? The dad jokes, the references, you're doing a great job.
You know who's doing a great job? AGG. We have to give a shout out to this team. Coming out of nowhere, surprising all of us, sitting at the top of the leaderboard with TSM and G2, 2 powerhouse teams. Glitter, Game 5, it's underway. Let's see what these squads have in store for us.
Kicking everything off with Nightmare, our Game 2 winners of the day over on Storm Point. So we'll have to see if they're able to kind of find some success, some similar success here now that we are on World's Edge. But unsurprising, to say the least, that now that we've moved back to World's Edge, we see one of our top squads like G2 able to bring home the first dub of the day. Now we'll have to see if they're going to continue it or if we're going to get some more of those less anticipated teams. Because
that's
this
a great,
is right.
That's a great point,
it's outside
Glitter.
of their wheelhouse.
I kind of want to bring up that point and piggyback off that because think about how long G2 has been a squad as we take a look at that map, and it's going to be bouncing over towards that Fragment side. Could be going over towards Fragment East, could be going over towards Fragment West, and heck, you may even see a possible Epicenter ending over here, which is why I love to see what happens with TSM's rotations. But you brought up a great point. When you are a newer team, say that you just formed within the last couple months, you're going up against TSM, who's had the core of their team since the beginning of Apex. G2's been around for a really long time. What map did everybody play? World's Edge. So there's a lot of catching up for these new teams in terms of strategies and integrating each other and finding out exactly how they want to approach situations. Fortunately, when you have a new team and a new map, everybody's got a fresh, clean slate, so you're able to develop strategies together, which could be the reason why we saw a little bit of an unorthodox and closer leaderboard than we thought from our first 3 games on Storm Point.
100%, and you were calling out potential for maybe an Epicenter finish, and we see Torrent making a very, very early push over into that area, hoping to find themselves some space to hold down for the time being. But now, checking in with G2, our champs from the last match by a landslide. So they're probably feeling really, really confident right now. Going to be taking their time to loot up Thermal. they're very, very familiar with this type of a zone and a rotation and how they want to handle the situation. So, not worried about them. Exit, though. Exit's a squad that has struggled a little bit today, so this could be their opportunity now that we're on a new map to get some more points on the board.
What's interesting about Exit, as we take a look at this fight, is they play a handful of different legends. Usually they play Loba when they land over towards Harvester in the esports arena tournaments because they have to go and contest over with CLG, and they want to make sure that they get the fast loot. But right now, they're going with Klein on that Caustic. I know Barnoff's stoked about that one. We'll see what they're going to be able to do on the rotation. Speaking of landslide victories, they're over towards landslide trying to find these fights. Really nice job getting that first pick. They're also going to go and hit that scan, show us where that next zone is too. A lot of times you're going to see zone 2 and 3 scans be much more important than the first scans, and that's when you'll see a lot of the majority of the skyward dives that are going to be taking place. But ping's going down over towards the train tracks. Okay, definitely got to go over towards Fragment. Got to make our way towards Epicenter. The problem is once you get out of this train tunnel, it's so difficult to make your way over towards the open because you know construction building is going to be occupied.
Always. It's always so, so dangerous in that little pocket because someone, if not multiple people, have their eyes on that tunnel waiting to see which team is desperate enough to make the push through. But now checking in with Torrent, that squad that I had said had pushed in quite early. Wait, we have Hal knocked on TSM. It seems that they had taken some damage here. Not in too tough of a spot, just interesting that he did end up going down. We're seeing a lot of teams already trying to find some sort of a foothold there in Fragment West, and it's proving to be probably more difficult than they would have initially anticipated.
Yeah, that's the thing about these fights over towards the Fragment side is you get that knock, you can't really follow it up unless you know that it's going to be a clean fight, and going up against TSM, you may end up sacrificing one of those players, but the person that got the knock onto Hal ends up getting taken down there by Arca, and big damage coming in with the nade, with the wingman as well. AGG, unfortunately for them, man, those armors are looking bleak, that's for sure, and I don't think standing in the bathroom is going to help anything unless you are popping the EMPs off.
Yeah, no, they're definitely going to want to try and at least deal some pokes, maybe get their shields leveled up, just anything other than white at this point, because the teams around them are in a much better loot spot as we see the portal being placed by Hal, trying to get themselves in a little bit more of an aggressive position to see if they can get some KP or clear some of these squads out of their way so they have less people to worry about. Some nice shots coming through with the Mastiff. TSM looking very, very calm as they make this push in, though.
Yeah, and one player's going to sit back. You can see Reps is anchoring still, and Verholz got the call from Hal that it's clear to take that portal. There's extra loot in there if they need it, but they don't want to send all players back over towards the portal. Also, if you're a new Wraith player, it's at disappears at 30% unless you have a gold helmet. So there's still about 14%, aka about 14 seconds left on that portal for Hal if he wants to go and take that one to continue to gather loot. But that's the Imperial Hal special, the Wraith portal into the third party. Verholz coming in to help with that one. TSM looking strong, but it's surprising that TSM elects to go for a little bit more of a central play because they want to get over towards the Fragment side compared to what I thought what they would do, which would play the edge, go over towards No Name, try to find more kills, but it seems like they are totally fine in that type of situation, especially with the experience they have.
Yeah, they are another squad that's looked quite comfortable today. Now checking in with Complexity, though. Team that starts up by that survey camp area. Sometimes we see them rotate on down, hold the epicenter spot as well, but it looks like they're actually finding themselves in a fight with Dexterity right now. And Dexterity's on the back foot. I mean, we see some players on there having taken a decent amount of damage already from Complexity, and they're looking like they were interested in potentially taking it, but then as soon as Monsoon takes more damage than he would have liked, he makes the call for them to back off and rotate away, play a little bit safer for now, and just keep the rest of the squads around them away from them.
Holy batteries, Batman. Did you see that? 7 batteries for Monsoon. That is absolutely ridiculous, but a little bit of a weird situation right here. You can see them kind of posturing, thinking that they were going to skyward dive. That's exactly what they do. They're not really feeling the spot glitter. They're going to get out of here.
Yeah, I think there was a little bit more action on the other side towards the city than they would have liked, so they're going to see if they can maybe find a building at this point in the game that they can just hunker down in for now that isn't already taken by some of the other squads that made a super early push on into the city. And we can see with that Valk passive, they have they got a decent amount of space for themselves real estate wise.
Yeah, not bad. They get the closest building. I mean, you can see how open this building is. Not really ideal, but getting on over towards that broken bridge is always a good bet. So many zones ending on over towards that side. You kind of bank on it, whether it's going to be in Fragment West or East. You're in a pretty decent spot either way. But the nades are coming in, and the damage is starting to connect. They may need to bubble here very soon. There's so many different ways that they can be taken down. There it is. Shiny dropping that one right on cue. It's unlucky. Also over towards the other side, trying to take down Complexity.
It's not necessarily resulted in a full-out push from Unlucky, so for now it's just Complexity having to tolerate the poke damage, which, if they can deal with it long enough, means that Unlucky will be relatively low on their utility. But as I say that, some poke damage coming out with the Wingman, trying to peek a little bit and see if there is an opportunity to maybe take out the squad in front of them. But this is going to be a rough fight for both of these teams to be in.
Yeah, no doubt about it. And again, whenever you get this close to each other over towards the Fragment side, it's hard to go out in that all-on 3v3 because basically you know another team's going to show up. Hell, it could be Hal with the portal coming across the map, you know, from the Fragment West towards the east side just to try to get a piece of that fight. But Lazarus, they're going out in 19th place. You can see Nightmare coming through with the cleanup. That's our winners from game number 2. So exciting to see them continue to put points on the board as you see the teams remaining on that right-hand side.
I think they're getting pushed by G2 though, and since we could see that Aim God's trying to get some heals off, and G2 was looking pretty healthy when they were making that push. Nightmare is in a rough position. They're going to try to see if they can escape with their lives, but G2 is just continuing to make a massive push. 2 players now down on Nightmare, and it's down to Lux40, who tries to escape on the Loba, but G2 is just out for blood.
They're out for blood. The armor swap coming through, but it's just a gray armor. Fortunately, has the gold helmet. That's going to help with the bracelet a little bit, be able to get back on cue, maybe begin to get away from G2, but knowing G2, will they skyward dive for this kill? Will they get back greedy? Complexity, seems like everybody is chucking their grenades out over towards their side. Thermites on top of Thermites. Great bubble placement previously as they laid out the EMP. Another great bubble there coming in from Shiny. Understanding, hey, if I throw this, the nade's already inside. Doesn't really make sense. We have plenty of cells going to go and reset here, but look how angry they are. They're kind of looking at that team like, what's up? You guys want to fight?
Yeah, I think Complexity's starting to get a little bit annoyed with how much damage they're having to take and how many of their heals they're having to waste on just holding a very, very small amount of real estate right now. So we'll have to see when they finally cave and decide that they're going to make the push out because they don't want to deal with that anymore. Now back checking in with start a fight. We knew that construction was going to get a little bit sketchy in this whole area, and that's what we're starting to see happen now.
When is this building not sketchy? It's sketchy in pubs, it's sketchy in ranked, sketchy in ALGS split 2. What is new out here? Start a fight. Again, looking to get something going over here, but so many different teams over here. Triple layer cake of squads in the zone continuing to pull on over here. A handful of different endings. I mean, Marketplace is always a really good spot. There is an ending close to these fences over here, right where these blue bins are, so watch out for that. But look at the teams. You have Renegades on top. You have Stomps and his squad right there from OXT. And also Xset waiting in the wings as G2 starts to rotate. The late rotation coming around the corner. Remember, that's where Complexity was originally. So it's really interesting to watch all the different facets of gameplay. Will G2 elect to do what Complexity did? Or are they going to foot it and feel confident that they could fight their way past all of these teams in construction?
I know, I was wondering where they were going to rotate. I think they were waiting to see if any fights were going to break out in construction that maybe they could potentially clean up, or if anybody else on the northern side of the city was going to, because they were in a good spot to really push any position. They had some good angles for their vision, so I think they're looking for more fights. I'm getting the vibe that G2 is just ready to continue pushing people if they have a solid one.
Look at that zone pull. We were talking about where Complexity was at that broken building going over towards the bridge. That is huge for Complexity. Now we get a chance to see what G2's doing. They are making their way all the way around the mountain over here. Looks like they're going for an unorthodox play, but this is what G2 does, and I find this very fascinating that other teams really just don't know where they're going to come from, right? Because they've been in the zone for so long. They're just completely looted and zooted. Landslide, no one's been there for the last 10 minutes, but they're still over here crafting, hitting scans over in towards the zone. They're going to get such valuable information on where they need to go and hit this skyward dive later on that they may just catch a lot of these teams off guard, like you're talking about, Glitter. They specialize in coming in when other teams are distracted with one another, when teams forget about them coming from behind and they collapse with a third party.
Well, while we're watching this crazy play happen, and let's listen in and see what's actually going through their minds and why they're making this decision.
Can we do the icicle strat so we can get into this little thing right here?
Yeah, we might have to.
I don't know if there's too much of the opposite side in there.
I don't think any of the icicles in though.
No, it's not.
I think
we have to drop down.
I think we should just play like the outside of the building like we did before, like the outside of these buildings.
I feel like some dude they can just over there. Can we just play from trackside?
Let's go here.
2 med kits for.
I guess, yeah. We'll play trackside and we'll play for those bins. I'm down for that. We'll Velcro to the outside. I'm gonna check if we're in anywhere out here. I think we could just play out here and Velcro from out here.
Be tough. Everyone might be looking at us.
Yeah.
We'll see if anyone's like out on that hill first before we even, you know what I'm saying?
We should see if we can work towards this side. That way we can play that car on the tracks eventually. And then from there
we're in up here.
Yeah, but we're just gonna get focused when we try and Valko.
Let's Falco for those tracks.
Let's go, let's go, let's go, let's go, let's go.
Oh
man.
I canceled it, that's fine.
We can play underneath over here. Fun. Slide down and play this corner. Watch our left.
Right now? There's no one on the roof. Should we take that height right now? Oh, there's no one up there?
No, chill here. Chill here.
Oh, there's someone up there. Never mind.
We're gonna Valco from this somewhere. Might have to play outside those buildings like we did.
We can cruise over here. Did I say that out loud? Never mind.
3 are just sitting up there. What the fuck?
We might be able to Valco literally right into the spot. No cap. We might be able to just Valco in that spot. Do you want to try it?
No, there's probably gonna be a team already there.
I think we die to nades for sure.
Right here?
Yeah, no, in the little fucking down low with the RV and everything. I feel like nobody holds that early.
Sure.
I think we get naded out though if we do it.
No, there's someone definitely there. Maybe not. I don't know.
Well, when we're doing it, we're gonna Valco from here and we're gonna check that out. If there's a team there, then we don't. Or if there's a team there, we don't, and we land up here at this building and out of bounds play it and like play the outside fence like we did before, and then we walk up and hold this.
That's fine. Well, we might have to land on that edge spot. I don't know. Because if we check this spot, we might be too low to go all the way to the back.
True. Well, we'll just play for the outside of this building.
Next location.
Like land at the fence.
Keep the cruise over here. We could probably go a little late, maybe like 5 seconds.
There's also going to be a shit show of teams trying to rotate out this building.
Yeah. Also, teams from here, they're not even in. They're just waiting until the last second.
We might be able to land on the fucking tracks.
Okay, Tom, there's a lot of important conversation happening right now because we watched them try to go for their first skyward dive and they got shot out of it, right? But they are really, really trying to get a solid spot for this next zone, and all of the places that they're thinking about going are potentially already occupied.
Yeah, it's a great checklist and great thought process. I love hopping in the minds of our pro players. You could hear them saying, like we did before, that's the practice that they've put in, and just knowing that they have a lot of different options, and you can't really go wrong when you have a plan A through Z, basically. We heard all these different ideas running through their head, but also situational things that were happening as we take a look at that zone. Hey, ever play that game, The Floor is Lava? Well, you know what? The floor literally is lava.
I can't believe how much of that is going to be unplayable for our teams, and there's still 16 squads left, so things are about to get crazy because the zone is shrinking and everyone is going for their skyward dives as G2 finally make the move we were waiting on them to make and instantly are going to be caught in the crosshairs of quite a few teams.
Another classic zone over here. You can see G2 understanding that there's a little crevice here in between these trucks that give them a head glitch, that give them cover from a team like girls team TDG, second place in game number 2. Meanwhile, Gentrifying picking up kills on that kill feed. You can see Crummy is down, Presley getting one onto Pickett. That's not looking good for Team Start a Fight. They're going out in 15th. Sentinels popping off in the kill feed as well, and that building looks hot.
Oh my god, what is happening right now? SSG and Torrent are just going through the ringer. There were bubbles, there were Gibby ults. Everyone is just trying to survive, and everyone is stacked on top of each other with how little room there is to move. G2 still utilizing this crevice really well for themselves, but I think TSM might be on the other side of that, or at least somewhere in that near vicinity, shooting down on those squads. It is TSM that G2 is going up against, so that's going to be a scary fight.
You know what's interesting? You can almost tell that it's TSM just by the way that they were moving, right? It started off with Hal with the crazy strafe on top of there, switched back on over to Reps, and he actually got bullied off a little bit by the G2 squad. Meanwhile, Caustic Gas over there towards the corner for Xset. Clayne is eating them alive, but you can see damage coming in from all different sides over towards the marketplace. Third parties on top of third parties. Where is the safe spot? It's inside of the bubble. Great bubble coming in from the new addition to the team. That's going to be Vayne Thirst coming out as well. TSM still trying to take down G2 on over towards the side, and this is huge. Both of these teams are very close towards the zone, and both of them are sitting in top of the top 3 with 47 and 45 points before this game started.
Did you see their G2's health? Oh my god, I think Resulta was on 1, Gent might have been on 1. They are in a rough spot. I don't even know how they were surviving for as long as they did. The bubble is down. They're going to see if they can get some reses off with just a sliver of health. A single nade would have cleaned that up if TSM had any at their disposal to throw on down there. G2 once again surviving by the skin of their teeth. I don't know how they keep doing this.
Mobile respawn beacon is going to go down. Is that the sign for TSM to push? Xset making their play over from the marketplace over towards the broken building where we saw triple bubbles going down. Caustic Barrel, friendly Caustic Barrel over towards the outside. That's going to be Clayne. And Caustic dominates this part of the map. Glitter, his value skyrockets over towards this broken bridge.
AGG also alive, a team that we've been talking about all day with a stellar performance. We were questioning how they would do here now on World's Edge, and while they do go down, still at least getting themselves some placement points. Definitely would hope for a little bit more, but this is too chaotic to really hope for some solid results. I mean, you see Bad Boys there trying to do some damage down a player. G2 once again in the fray. Gent all super low, now knocked. This might not go the way of G2 finally.
G2 does get the res somehow throughout all that now, but it's up to design for the lone player. He's taking a lot of damage. That broken building just too OP. Xset hanging on the outside. Another team hanging out on the inside. Multiple squads over towards the respawn beacon. Complexity still inside of the bridge area. What an exciting ending here we have in game number 5. If you want to check out multiple points of view, check out that multi-view at the top. It's in the command center.
Listen, Bardoff might not be happy with me, but I didn't miss Caustic in our first 3 games, I'm not gonna lie.
I'm not gonna lie either. You know what? I didn't really miss Bloodhound either because he's back and it's Crust hitting the scans over there. 8 trying to stay alive with only a duo. Presley was taken on a little bit earlier over towards the Fragment West side. We'll see how this one ends. My money has to be on Xset, and you have to give it to Clayne on that Caustic. But remember, Complexity, they've been surviving for so long throughout all of this, trying to get inside of that top of the leaderboard. You can see they have 20 points. They are 27 points off of the lead right now. So a big dub could push them into a potential winning situation into game 6. Meanwhile, Sentinels trying to get things together. They've been the team over towards the respawn beacon zone, starting to close now. And this is where all of the money gets made here in the ALGS.
Sentinels have some really solid angles for themselves, and Xset was that team that we were talking about earlier in the game, being a squad that needs a solid win here as CLX does go down in the process of all of this chaos. Torrent has somehow survived that insane battle that they were in earlier with SSG. Xset now holding the bottom of that building. Sentinels making their push up And these are going to be the final moments. We're going to have to see which squad has the best timing and the best positioning. Exit, though, is looking very comfortable.
You never know if this could potentially go on to a heal-off because of the multiple levels that you have inside of that tunnel. Sentinel's going to pop the bubble over towards the side. That's not a good sign for them. You can see Complexity still has theirs. Defensive bombardment is going to go down. Complexity with the last bubble in hand right now, so that's big for them. Theirs is going to go down. Torrance is going to go down as well. A lot of teams up over towards the top, but one team is down below. That's Complexity watching all of these teams fight it out. No way, mid-fight EMP, that would be absolutely insane. He's still going for it. Rambo's gonna bust that thing. Complexity gets multiple knocks onto Exet. Plane is out, no more Caustic. Reese looks like he's about to bite the dust, and we could be in a potential heal-off. We'll see if Sentinels wants to push down to Complexity's area.
Are you kidding me with how many teams just died? Sentinels decide to make the push. There's so many massive shots coming out of Sentinels. They're trying to connect. The bubbles are in the way. The knocks are out, but Sentinels do clean up. Game number 5. Holy, they did not want to wait for that heal off, Tom. They said, heals, no thank you. We are going to secure this dub and take home those points.
Hey, if that doesn't make you love Sentinels, I don't know what will. They said no heal off here, just like you were talking about, Glitter. The scan coming through, crushing the rest of the squad. They're going to push down, and that was not an easy team to collapse on. That was Complexity coming through there in second place. What a job by Sentinels.
I don't think that I have ever heard that many shield cracks all at once than when that EMP went off and then all of the chaos that ensued after. That was the craziest late game EMP we might have seen so far.
Last time we heard that many cracks, it was Vicky Kitty's mic when she had the heated blanket on earlier. Sentinels coming through, 22 points. Holy cow, they are doing it big. 10 kills overall. Torrent, hey, they've had 2 top 3s. We'll see what they can do. Space Station Gaming after their first place in game number 1. This is their best game here in game number 5. I can't wait to see what this overall leaderboard is.
I mean, this is teams that needed big performances just got them in this game. Okay, Exit 8 kills. We got Elevate with 7 kills. So there were a lot of teams that picked up some points that we were talking about needing those points. I'm honestly shocked that G2 ended up going out as early as it did, but that was a really, really tough spot to hold in this end zone. So they were able to still get 5 kills on the board, but Sentinels, a team that we have been talking about since the beginning of the day, really expecting a lot out of them, I think we can say, to be fair, because of how well they did in split number 1, and finally they showed us here in this game what they're made of.
No doubt about it. When you look at the teams that were sitting at the top 3, G2, TSM, AGG sitting there in 12th place, none of these teams really had a pop-off game. So that's going to shake up the leaderboard, and I can't wait to see what that overall leaderboard is, because that was game 5. You know what that means. We have one more game after this as we take a look at the kills and the damage coming in. And you always know Sentinels is going to pop off in any given game. It just seemed to be their game here in game number 5. What an exciting ending we've had on World's Edge. 2 classic zones. That bridge ending, everyone loves to see that one. That sniper tower ending, we've seen that one a million times as well. These pro players really honing in and showcasing all of their skills.
Yeah, I also love that the numbers are just so even across the board for Sentinels, right? You can see that everyone is carrying their weight. They're working so well as a squad. We knew that World's Edge was going to be a place that they were comfortable playing, right? We've seen them be wildly consistent, especially with zones that are close to them like this one. So fantastic showing for Sentinels, and yet another exciting game. This is literally the first weekend of Split 2, and I don't understand how this is the gameplay we're getting already. Like, this is going to be the most insane split.
Yeah, I can't wait to welcome back Fallout so we get his thoughts and go over game number 4 and 5 on World's Edge. Fallout, were you entertained?
Absolutely, I was entertained. That was a fun games 4 and 5. G2 forming into their what seems like their final form in that game 4 high kill game, what you expect to see out of G2, and then Sentinels doing it right after them. And in the end, we're going to have TSM, we're going to have G2, we're going to have Sentinels. Space Station Gaming obviously got a win earlier in the day, and they performed fairly well in that last game as well. So we're going to have a lot of our big brands, but then you also got teams like AGG on top. Very, very entertaining match 4 and 5. For those who missed it, Tom, Glitter, walk me through it.
I mean,
yeah, go ahead, Glitter.
This G2 sniper perch, it was their home, okay? This was theirs. No one was about to push them off. And we were talking about it during the break, you know, wondering, if maybe TDG had gone for that rotate earlier, would it have changed what happened with G2? Because we had heard that on the listen-in, they were considering going for it. In the end, though, G2 was the bully of the lobby in this game, Tom.
And I think one of the more interesting things that you have to keep tabs of is how they were able to get the kills, go back down, get loot, and then they phase breach back on over towards the height. Then they start to get aggressive. They collapse over there. They take out Hal, who's ratting. And then once you know that this 3v3 is going down, just look at Gentrifying. The confidence, man. That was just such disgusting shots with the Volt. And just finishes them off easily with the one clip with the Diva. I mean, it looked like a 1v3 at that point. Yes, the help was coming in from behind, but that's classic G2.
I mean, and then in this game that we literally just got to cast, this was insanity. I mean, we knew that this was going to be a rough zone, but this specific spot for G2, one that we heard them debate for a long time, where they wanted to go, how they wanted to do it, what the best spot was going to be. They tried and it didn't work out because in the end, it was this broken shambles building and all the teams that were in it that were the most safe, and the squads pushing out across the bridge. I mean, this final drop down by Sentinels, though, onto Complexity, when you said that they might wait for the heal off, I honestly agreed with you, Tom, but Sentinels wasn't having any of it.
And, you know, Fallout, this just goes to show you, and it shows all the people watching at home, how tough these lobbies really are, because Glitter made a great point on how, you know, how did G2 not get that many points that game? It seemed like they were playing phenomenal. They were staying alive. They were making all these right decisions. Well, that's just how darn hard this game is, so you got to give credit to any time you put points on the board for any team, especially if you get a dub.
You could do everything right for 90% of the game and still walk away with like 7 or 8 points if you don't break into that top 4. And you saw the kill feed lit up there in that final replay. It was ridiculous. I mean, you saw at least 10 to 12 to 15 people die at once. And unfortunately, G2 just couldn't sneak into that top placement in that late game despite a valiant effort. But what was really interesting is that we had 2 northern zones to start off World's Edge. Obviously, the ongoing meme in the competitive Apex community on World's Edge, it seems like the zone always pulls south. But 2 northern zones, or central zones at least, which is interesting. I'm interested to see what's going to happen here in game number 6. But for now, I've been anxiously awaiting to see the leaderboards, and we have the leaderboards ready. Let's take a look at the overall standings going in to game number 6, and it couldn't be any closer. Only 5 points separates G2 from second, 6 points all the way to fourth with TSM. All Glory Gaming could pull off the massive upset if they perform here, but it's still anyone's game here, Glitter.
This is awesome. This is so much closer than what we had yesterday, and the fact that we have teams that we didn't even pick in a top 5 situation. I love that these squads, that these players, they came to play. I mean, TSM and Sentinels are tied after that Sentinels performance, so they're all still well within striking distance of first place. But the fact that AGG is up there at 49, G2 still holding on at 54, but then SSG, our game 1 winners of the day, are still in 5th place. I mean, this is insanity.
Absolutely insane. And Torrent in 6th place right there. I want to point that out. They just had a 15-kill game. They quietly performed so well in that last one. They had 19 points going into that. They weren't entirely in the running, but now with 34, you know, one more pop-off game, they could win the entire thing. And obviously that means G2 and the rest have to be pretty silent here in game 6, so it's going to be tough. But then, of course, our second page, Tom, walks through it.
Yeah, and of course, keep in mind that even though you're looking for the dub, every team's looking for the dub, you want to try to inch on this leaderboard as much as you can because, hey, this is split 2 of the Pro League. This is going to be a week-on-week basis that's going through here, so anytime that you could scratch and claw your way up that leaderboard, it really means a lot.
Yeah, that is true. You know, so, and then of course with the new point system as well, we want to make sure we can kind of highlight that. It's actually 25 points for first now, then 19 for second. So it's a big drop off, and more points awarded for like 9th, 8th, 10th place. It's not the same format of Split 1 Pro League, which was 12 for first and kind of following the placements format that we normally see. So every placement is super important, and you can inch out many more points just with 3, 4, 5 better placings. So you're spot on, Tom. Obviously top 3, top 5s we're going to keep a close eye on. That's where things get exciting, but it is a marathon, not a sprint in the overall Pro League. And one thing I want to make sure everyone's aware of, the format for how this entire thing works. It's a brilliant format. I always got to say kudos to the commissioner, John Nelson, and the rest of the EA team. But the top 10 teams from each major region will qualify for the Split 2 playoffs, and of course it's the top 5 teams from APAC South and South America is what we've been told. So with that in mind, that top 10, very, very important, and you got to make sure you can perform consistently well week over week, 6 total weeks or game days of competition, Glitter.
Yeah, and this is why what Tom is saying really matters, okay? It's about consistency. It's about getting every single point on the board that you can get because you want to be in that top 10 spot when all is said and done at the end of the split. So make sure that you're using these initial weeks to really nail down your strategies, nail down your teamwork, your communication, whatever you need to do so that by the end of it, you are qualifying for those playoffs.
Yeah, that's a great point. Well, a lot of interesting storylines, that's for sure. I want to take a moment to also relive one of the best storylines, which was TSM's journey in the Split 1 playoffs. They, of course, dominated, and it was so much fun to watch. You can relive that entire experience on March 16th. Make sure to set your calendars live on the Play Apex Esports YouTube channel, youtube.com/PlayApexEsports, and there will be a nice recap of the entire journey that TSM took throughout the playoffs. And, of course, on that note, follow us on all things socials as well. You know where to find us. You know where all the content is. The one in particular I got to keep shouting out is the YouTube channel. Really, really great content from the entire on the YouTube channel. So if you haven't gone and watched that content, I highly recommend it. youtube.com/PlayApexEsports. But that's going to be it for myself, for Tom, and for Glitter. We got Vicky Kitty and James Bardoff on the other side of this short break to bring us home with game number 6. And I cannot wait. Anyone's game at this point. Will the underdog in AGG perform in Game 6 to win over the Titans in TSM, Sentinels, G2, SSG, and others? We'll find out when we come back for the short break.
Eliminate the enemy.
everyone, welcome back to the ALGS. Vicky Kitty here with the amazing James Bardoff, and we're going to take you guys through the final game of the day. And what a day it's been so far, James. I mean, you get your beautiful, lovely mix of caustics. You have the Lobas coming out. We even saw Fuse earlier on Stormpoint. And I love to see these teams just come out of left field. I'm talking about AGG now putting in so much work, sitting in second place, tied out here. And in such a close leaderboard in comparison to what we had seen from yesterday with ESA finishing with triple digits for the day.
Yeah, fantastic day from Duplex and Co. Shout out to Duplex. I always tune into his stream. He's quite the character. Very entertaining. But that was yesterday. And today, we've got plenty of new people on deck, including TDG and Girl. A lot of support, a lot of bias towards her from the crew, but also in the chat as well. Let's see what they have in them for this last game, as well as everyone else. Definitely a day of gaming for many of these teams that are new to this split of ALGS. Quite the performances. I don't think anybody could have expected the consistency and the individual delivery that we've seen in certain games. But we will start with Sentinels, who've had some nice games themselves today. We'll see if this will be another one for them.
I love it. I love how we've also had just a different winner every single game thus far. It really shows you the difference between the groups that we had seen yesterday and the groups that we're seeing today, with ESA winning just 4 games back-to-back. It's absolutely insane here, but also the change-up in composition and the change of looks from the way that these teams approach the 2 different maps in general. As Sentinels coming out of that win, they had 10 kills, I believe, after that game. So they're looking really good overall. 7 squads, by the way, were in that final zone, so that was so extremely chaotic. And we're seeing another Northern Circle. I don't know. I feel like, James, when I look at World's Edge, I'm so used to these circles pulling south that I love to see another Northern Circle here. Are we going to get a replication of what we had seen Game 4 when G2 took the Sniper Tower and they finished with 16 kills overall? I mean, or is this going to pull towards more so Trials, more so towards Skyhook?
That is quite interesting, actually, especially when you consider the choices that TDG had and made when they didn't take that tower. If they get, you know, they've had time to reflect now. And who knows, maybe there are more teams who are considering that. And definitely the teams who are on the receiving end of that. If there's an opportunity to go there, we may see more fighting for that tower, more earlier rotation. So we'll have to wait and see. But indeed, it is nice to see the Northern Rings. I think that the teams who land in the North will feel like when the Southern Rings favour the Southern teams, and they'll be more likely to go deep. So now it's their chance. But that also means no excuses if things go wrong. So we'll see how it plays out. Sentinels, again, a team who are always good for a lot of kills. We'll see if they can do the same in this one. The ambush specialists love to hold a choke point and ruin your day.
Love it with the redeploy earlier on too here, as Hao already cleans up a member of Lazarus. I love these openings that we're seeing from Hao from the very start, even in that last game where although he traded, he got knocked, just being able to get knocked by the door is so worth it as he continues on beaming these kids. They're going to be able to press their advantage. They're going to be able to rotate towards Landside at the same time because they also have that beacon that you can see scanned in their minimap.
He sees that the player is flesh, but he calmly follows him. If that's me, I'm thirsty, man. I'm running to my death probably in that situation. But Hal is a seasoned professional, lightning-fast decision-making, as we saw from Verhulst earlier, actually. And there was a few games ago now. In fact, I think it was game number 1 when Verhulst had to make a decision with regards to trigger discipline very, very quickly indeed. Reps was dead, Hal was down. One enemy ran past him across a bridge, and he didn't pull the trigger, let him go, hid in plain sight, rezzed his teammate, and they ended up coming third and reviving Reps in that game as well. So a very dangerous team looking for an early rotation there.
Actually crazy to see a lot of the decision-making just coming out. That was the same type of play where when Hal got res, they were able to call the res onto Reps there too. They're trying to replicate that because we know how TSM always makes these comebacks in the late game here. This is the last game, and it is so close as he gets that knock in the middle of the geyser. You're not going anywhere as Klein gets taken down. Nobody left from exit to help out Klein as they were just out of there like swimwear.
You love to see it. I wanted to see if he would land on the geyser and get launched again, but, you know, I didn't get what I wanted, and I don't think he did either. 20 squads are still up, though, so we'll see if a rescue can be attempted, but that box is in the open. So it will be a weird one for that team, but maybe worth the risk, although we can see the high ground that's around there. Rather you than me, buddy. More rotations coming through now, as well as AGG. Keep an eye on the proceedings. They've got a building. They're in the green zone, so they can just chill. They can bide their time for the time being. Wait and see what happens. Again, a lot of teams will be rotating early, and indeed with the last game, there'll be some urgency, but I say some because being the last game, maybe that will make you second-guess your risks. We saw Space Station and TSM were pretty close to each other on that bridge, but there's enough space for them to coexist for the time being, but it won't always be that way.
And it's bittersweet that we know that with Space Station taking just that room in that building right on top of TSM, because Space Station, although they're in 5th place, they're at 38 points, and that's the slight gap that we have between Space Station and TSM, who are currently tied with Sentinels with 48 points. So really good game for either of these teams, and any of these teams could just either take first place right underneath G2 or just follow up getting second place, which is going to be so important to start off your league here in the first week of the ALGS for NA. TSM, though, you can see how just going to be able to get shot at, so he's going to have that intel as he backs off, just going to wait out and see. They're playing this a lot more patiently, but they have that beacon for that circle again, so it's going to be important for them to hold this position before they make their next move.
I've got to say, if you're a fan of Space Station, their yellow hoodie is awesome. Absolutely awesome.
Yeah.
I tried to buy one, but it didn't have a large in stock when I was in Rai. Oh, hold on a second. We've got a big rotation. TSM, hello? We got some targets, not choosing to fire. Actually, he can't really afford it. Hal's got next to no light. I mean, when does he have light? He always needs some light. What? A big crack there, but does he get more than that? I don't think he does. And now he's got about 70 ammo, so they've really got to be careful about what they choose to do. Hold on a second. What are they choosing to do?
Wait, I feel like if that was TGG, we had seen some shots taken from the top, actually. It doesn't seem like it. That was actually just Sari taking out TGG earlier on, somewhere in the lobby here. But TSM having to loot. You talked about the ammo that Hal was low on. Well, with that portal, it's not going to be as much of a problem here. Look at all the ammo he was able to pick up for that R301. It's going to be important. And that's going to be some intel, as he was also able to take that front row seat to see what was going on with that squad that had just redeployed in front of them. And the other squad actually holding onto the high ground. Oh, and I love this look right here, as we get to see both G2, who's currently situated in first place with 54 points, and then TSM with the decision-making as they sit in 4th place, tied with Sentinels. But again, you can see how things have slowed down for a lot of these squads. They're just waiting for that next circle before they want to decide where that beacon is going to be to perhaps either get the scan or reposition.
Well, we have lost our first squad. 19 squads remaining. Verhulst here looking to up his armor. You can see how just trying to understand the climate around him. They've got teams on either side. They've got some height, though. They've got plenty of height in one particular direction, and they are in the green. So just going to try and think about the rotations and where teams are likely to go. And that's where that extra light comes in handy now, as he does even more damage. Up to purple. At this point, does he just take Verhulst's armor? Since he's got the angles, he's got the range, he's got the scope as well. Just try and, he's basically a human charge rifle, Hal, so he might as well take Verhulst's armor and level that one up as well.
It's about sending a message with that R301. I love how we were hyping up reps earlier on Storm Point with that charge rifle. Now we have to get a look at how with that R301, just making that statement as G2 make their rotation. And with a nice loot at that here, R301 with the gold extended light mag that Jet is about to drop on that team that we were seeing take some shots earlier on another squad who had redeployed right underneath them. And I don't think they're ready here. They take some shots at them, but look at that arc star placement to just shove them off of that high ground. But a nice answer back with the bombardment to actually try to shove them off.
Gets a nice knock as well, and he can maybe elevate his position. He's going to just stand in it. It's going to be fine for him. Jet loves himself some high ground, and they are so aggressive, G2. They're not shy, but is that another bombardment coming through? Indeed it is, but this time there's a dome. G2 take great position, but they're looking for more. They're not done just yet. Their diet requires more protein, and they're going to go and try and find some extra.
Oh, that was Renegades that they jumped on top of too. Renegades had such a great spot there, but G2 with that redeploy, they just did not see it coming. Cue the music, and you know that TSM on the other side of that canyon is just looking at the chaos like that's none of our business, but that's great intel for them to know that another team has already moved in now. But G2 here, they also have the Astral. They have that passive to see here if they need for other death boxes. If they do come across any G2, they're also taking some shots and noting that there is another squad that could potentially rotate right behind them.
G2, they did not come to play this split. I do wonder if this style, this level of aggression will continue with the weeks to come, with the different teams coming through as well. But for now, it is working to fantastic effect, and Hal just continues to crack. He's got a sledgehammer, he's smashing these windows. Doesn't matter if you double glazed, Hal's going to crack you. Again, I really think he should maybe take one of his team's armor and level it up, but of course that would leave him more vulnerable as well, so... He's enjoying himself, though, at the moment, and Verhulst is just quietly looking on. There we go. That's the shield swap we were looking for. Makes perfect sense. He is shredding Hal. And, of course, he's brave, so he can go out there. He can extend a bit further on. Now he's got some stats as well. Two wildly different hairstyles. And the damage is pretty similar, though, as we can see. They're both around 1100 at the moment.
Sweating a little bit here, James, as we see our two pros putting in so much work with the R301. I love that gun. Please leave it on the ground. But anyways, seeing the way that both of these players are playing, you can see the way that Hal has been adding in some of that poke pressure while also micromanaging and being attentive towards the squad that is right behind them, which I do believe is Space Station in that building. They have not moved from that spot. But the pressure onto that crypto that could potentially be torn right underneath them, that's just been amazing because, again, it's just being able to shove a lot of these teams off from this ground. Another crack on the same crypto. Can he catch a break?
Isn't there a team in that building as well? If they can't push in, then where do they go? They've had to use their dome on the outside as well, so they can't even dome on the inside. And there's maybe a defensive course they cast. I'm not sure who's thrown it by that door, but that team's in a lot of trouble because I'm pretty sure G2 are on top of them. I think we've got bombardments coming through as well. It is raining on that building. How on earth are they surviving? They seem to be up for the time being, presumably below, but they must have next to no angles under there. How do they even rotate when they need to? That is a very awkward rotation indeed.
You have to note here, with the Hal being as aggressive as he is, not only building up these Evo shields like we were seeing before, but again, it's to note that TSM is currently tied with Sentinels with 48 points, so you need to secure this KP as well as this position too. You want to get those placement points and this KP, so you see the pressure is going to be so necessary as AGG are actually to fight themselves. The black hole pulling everybody inside. The EMP, though, from AGG to actually burn down those shields, and now they have the opportunity to push onto this team. But not before their crypto actually gets taken down.
He goes in the corner. Maybe they can raise him, but the Horizon is trying to force the issue. We've got downs on both sides now as things become very awkward indeed. That gold armor is going to be so clutch for Jibby. That's very, very important to have him on that. Maybe there could be a dome later, going for the res now. His teammate may be able to cover. There's action on the downstairs as well. There's more people coming their way.
Complexity third-partied them, and he cleaned them up on the low ground. Now they're going to be able to make their way in, but that allows AGG to actually reset right here.
Yeah, but who's going to... I mean, maybe they coexist, one below, one above. But how do they rotate? If you look at the cover around them, there isn't really anywhere where you can safely move forward. And both teams are outside of the zone. They've got a minute 40 to figure out what they choose to do. But that's going to be a very nervous situation for both squads now. But hey, Complexity downstairs got that KP. But indeed, this is going to be a very weird situation for them. 22%. So on that ulti for the Gibraltar here. So it's not even that he could put it on the building and rotate. Got to be wary of the windows as well. We're going to have a listen in actually to AGG as they decide on what they need to do.
Hay dos cajas.
Checo zona.
¿Pilas no hay?
Agarré tontitos.
No,
tengo 7.
4-0 tengo. Aguanto si no, güey.
Ocupo checar qué está pasando con el loot.
No hay nada.
Vale, todo bien. Sí, hay algo que sí me sirve. Vale, voy a checar zona, güey. Ocupo escuditos, no me quedé con uno.
Me quedé 5-0. ¿Tú tienes de pro, favores, pro?
6-0. Te puedo pasar unos dos.
Pasamos uno y uno, güey.
Pásame.
Tenemos que ultear con Valk. No tenemos ult.
Racional. Ok.
No, y más aparte están limpiando full, güey. Todo eso está ocupado, güey. Todo eso ya está ocupado.
Debajo de ellos, se puede jugar.
¿Debajo de dónde?
Es verdad.
Debajo de la casa
no creo.
Pero está muy complicado. Tenemos que avanzar al vagón, aunque sea, güey.
Es que aquí no da.
Al vagoncito es la primera opción que tenemos.
Ok. De hecho, acá estamos en zona, güey.
No tengo otro.
Tenemos muy poca, y si agarran vagón nos matan.
Ok,
sí.
I love listening to our international comms here. All Glory Gaming, once again, this is our second full Mexican team competing here in the ALGS, and with those comms, I'm Cuban. They were basically talking about how the spots that they were pointing out were already occupied. They know that a lot of these teams have already rotated in this spot, but they know that they have to make their next move quickly. As you see Sentinels on the other side here are going to be able to try to hold onto this edge of the circle, try to contest any of these teams that are trying to rotate right into Lava Fissure, but the meltdown with the Rampage, and that is the most scariest thing that I usually hear next to the Turbocharger is a revved up Rampage, and that's not slowing things down here for Lou.
If they can hold that team off, if they can eliminate that team, then their backs will be covered in about 10 seconds. We'll see what they choose to do. He hasn't opted to use his ult, Lou, but he's considering it now. Just deciding on where it needs to be thrown, and there it goes. More bombardments are coming through. Get your hats on, boys, because it's about to get nasty. Lou, uncharged Rampage now, putting in some more damage, showing some more presence, limiting where they can go. Can they tank this damage? I'm not sure. They may be spamming the bats here. Limited on position now. They have the dome as well, moving back a little, but you can see Lou's going wide, looking to find his angle. He's got a protractor out, trying to make it work, but he won't be able to finish off that team.
Wondering here, they have to be careful. It looks like over by the other side, that could be Space Station if they haven't moved from that building alone, but it could be really scary here if they're taking some shots at Sentinel 6, because that means that they would be pinched, so they actually have to slow things down, disengage just for the time being to actually reset and figure out where they're getting shot at from their back.
Valcolt in the distance, as I wonder, what kind of crust are we talking about on Sentinels here? Is it like pizza crust? Is it like the crust of the earth? Maybe a question to be asking them later on, but we'll focus on the action now, as there have been so many rotations in this area, and there is very limited positions you can hold. Again, another team falling into a sandwich, and you don't want to be the meat in the Reuben. Down goes the pro. And there's going to be big problems here. I don't know how you survive in this rotation. Joma seems to be... Well, he's got some cover at least, but there are still some angles on him. All glory gaming, no glory today. Down in 16th places. Oh man, these rotations, there's just nowhere to go. There is nowhere to go. You've got G2 on one side, you've got TSM on the other. You might as well punch yourself in the face.
And that's so important too, because G2 is still alive here. TSM is still taking those shots. You saw that Howell was kill leader right before that. And All Glory Gaming were in second place with 49 points, with Sentinels and TSM tied with 48 points. So with All Glory Gaming going down, you can only imagine how the overall leaderboards are going to shape up after that.
Between G2 and TSM is where Valcolts go to die, as far as we're seeing. But now SSG is starting to move forward. Dropped a bit naked now, needs to get his shields back up once again. Get back in his pajamas as they're looking to rotate. But where? Where is there to go? They might not even know just yet, but they're soon finding out that space is indeed very limited. We've got other teams flying around. They're going for an oob and out of bounds play. They'll try and take some high ground. SSG there as well, circling, and there's triangles all over the place. They're more of a fan of circles here. These triangles are not friendly at all. Trying to slide down. I hope nobody notices, but wait till they go. They're going to have to burn their dome, surely. There it is, as Sentinels salivate all these chances for KP.
That's so huge here. Sentinels now moving in. They get that knock onto How here. This is going to be big again. This is the two teams that are currently tied right now, but with these two cracks, they can clean things up. Now playing around the dome, though, they're out in an open field across so many other squads that have them in their line of sight, but they're still finding these knocks. Rep Stance taken down. TSM in trouble.
We just lost 4 teams in 3 seconds, and we've got more bombardments dropped. It's getting excited now, but can he do it at the right time? For Horse with this wingman, the damage is absolutely ridiculous. Oh, that ALGS surely destroys. There's another crack. Look at it, look at the kill feed. All of complexity absolutely destroyed by the ALGS. That is astounding. That is glorious KP for Horse. Goodbye.
The perfect ARC-Star, the perfect time on some wounded soldiers, cleaning up aisle 3 complexity, taken out, escorted back to the lobby. As TSM, they do this all the time, James. They managed to make this comeback. They managed for those quick repositions as Furholes was nice and up and alive, but look at this, a rat left for Sentinels. And remember, we had these teams that were died, and look at that Kraber shot, landing the headshot. This is the opportunity to tie things up and now actually come out on top in the tie.
I was about to say that TSM need to get a respawn beacon out as soon as possible, because that ring is not going to give them the time. Where do they even go? They've got to round the corner in just a few seconds here. There might not be time for the res, but Xenox, what else can he do? He's got an R301 and a Peacekeeper now. That was fantastic damage. Could not convert, though. and G2 are still in prime position.
While Sentinels and TSM are quite literally crawling through the mud, G2 is in the god spot. They have the high ground. They're looking at Sentinels and TSM duke it off to the side. Meanwhile, Space Station, they're right underneath G2. This is a team that is currently in overall first place here with 54 points, and they're still increasing their points in numbers, kill after kill. See the phase breach coming in from Sentinels, but Sunox is just going to wait things out, playing this patiently, going to use a natural cover of the rock.
There are boxes all over the shop, more boxes than U-Haul. Imperial Howl trying to shield swap, but can't quite do it in time, or enough times maybe. But Hall's trying to find some cover with the shield. That door is absolutely closed. Where can he even go? He somehow find a temporary shelter, but with so many players running around, eventually he's going to get seen. But the other players can't even stop to shoot him, because look how many players are here. And G2 are just watching. They're just standing there, just up top like God, just observing everybody until they look to invoke their wrath. And that might be coming soon as we go down to 5. Buff Pathfinder and TSM eliminated.
Depending on how TSM ends that with their KP, as we had seen earlier, that Hal was hanging onto that high ground, poking in so much pressure onto these different players, can mean a huge difference here, as Sentinels also have that KP themselves. And now Sedox is the last one alive. 5 squads left. As a rat, this is going to be difficult, but you don't want to get put into the line of sight of G2 with the way that they're playing today.
Just thinking about rotations later on, hiding in plain sight. He just wants everybody to start firing to cover the sound of his ult. Don't mind me. But surely he goes down before these guys come out of the building, especially Exet. Their door is so central to the ring that they may have a very good chance of just staying inside that door. I don't know how many, I don't know how many grenades are on these players right now, especially the ones who have been on the inside. But we shall have to see. Do you even have time to throw a grenade if you're on the inside and you're exposed to an angle? It's probably not even worth it. Sung getting shredded now as they try to keep their shields up. And again, there's going to be some really late gas from that Corsic, and I know you're as excited as I am for that.
It's going to be absolutely lethal with that Nox grenade at the very end as the circle is closing in around everybody. It's going to be funneling out the teams that were already holed up inside that building, but that's not going to stop Senox from taking in some shots. Talk about the Thermite, though. He's going to be able to dodge that, hiding right behind the rocks, but they're going to be able to push him, and they're going to be pushing into G2's line of sight.
Oh, smell you later. That Sentinels eliminated finally. A noble effort, but it was almost inevitable. That rock has been taken, but for how long? That ring is closing, which is going to force people forward. I see Arc Stars, more bleach to clean the floors now, as we see DXT have got to be forced forward now. They've got to come out from this cover. G2, considering a push here, considering a commitment, they've ash-ulted, I think, onto the top of the building now, and they're looking to do more. They've got position on the players on the outside. We've got bombardment, but they're ready with the dome. Who's going to win this? 4 squads left.
Oh, this is crazy here. You got G2, XX, Dexterity, and starting to fight one of our Challenger Circuit teams. Now G2's going to make the move. You talk about the Nox grenade, though. Look at the amount of pressure it's putting in right now. Where do you go? Resulto gets taken down, and Jet is so low, but he's just going to wait it out in the skies and look at everything up on the high ground.
Using the dome to shield, allow them to shoot each other. Just don't worry about them. Let them fight each other. Finish off the stragglers. There's more caustic gas. We've got clouds all over the place. And it will be Exet to steal the last game. Could have gone in one of at least 3 different ways. But Exet will take the W despite the high ground from G2 almost the whole game.
The dome just provided so much space there for Exit, and of course with that Caustic, you saw how much space in addition to that dome that they were able to build up with those gas traps, with that Nox grenade, and I love to see it again. Exit with a win, and that's a different team winning every game of the day so far, and it was just day number 2 here in the ALGS.
Fantastic. And again, going late, we have at least 2 Caustics in those final teams. You love to see it. Everybody getting gassed. Fantastic. But G2, they just had a stonker, even without winning those multiple games. Absolutely stonking day from them. But we can see Exet now with 7 kills, Dexterity with 12. And that is great for some extra KP. And we can see the value of the 1-2 finish from the Caustics, Vicky.
actually insane. 12 kills for Dexterity. They were holed up in that building for so long too. It was just every team funneling inside that building. G2 also holding on to the higher ground. They finished things off with 7 kills. And this is G2, although they had got in 3rd place, this is G2 who were already in that 1st place spot before this game. So an amazing look where I believe Exet was in 11th place before this game, and Dexterity has just been putting on quite a show. Not too sure where Dexterity stays. I think it was in 7th right before that game too. So overall, Dexterity has been putting in so much work. Before that game where they had finished with 12 kills, I believe they overall had 15 kills throughout the rest of the day.
We see TSM with 7 kills, and almost half of those were from one Arcstar on Complexity, which is quite the moment. That was really, really nasty work from them. We can see the bottom half of the board here now with Bad Boys, Unlucky, CLX, some of the newer names in here, but there's more work for them to do. We can see Hakulo and CLX has to be noted now, new team for him, so we'll see how things will play out in the weeks to come. But that was a hell of a lot of action.
Yeah, G2 really popping off though. Exet managing to close that chapter for day number 2 here in the ALGS. Had to close out that win. I love their position at the very end, but again, just G2's performance, their positioning in the end, even though they had not won that game, they still just put on such a performance today alone.
Yeah, 1430 damage on the Caustic. Very, very nice work indeed. And sometimes the final rings have to be in your favor, but man, that gas really put in work. Some good area control from the squad, but I think a lot of us were expecting G2 to take that one. It just had the high ground for so long, but those 2 buildings really helped those teams survive. No door, just trying to dodge all those bullets coming in the doorways and so on, but Exet managed to do it. It was great to watch though, but especially I think my favorite part of that whole game was just teams constantly landing between G2 and TSM and just getting absolutely fisted.
And then having to witness it all. You have front row tickets to see all the action in front of you in between that canyon, seeing players just get dropped in the middle of trying to take a geyser. The redeploy is just not working out for a lot of these teams. We had seen Sentinels use the Hallelujah redeploy, and we saw the mess that was just waiting for them down below. It was absolutely chaotic. AGG were caught up in the chaos as well there too. So overall, with those redeploys in the late game, we talked about how risky it is, but it's for a reason. We saw it in Split 1. I feel like we're not seeing it as usually in Split 2, but it's still happening here where these positionings for the final circle are just amazing here with G2 holding on to that high ground and TSM on the other side of the canyon. But the way that Sentinels and TSM duked it out at the very end, those Kraber shots though from Sinox was beautiful.
Welcome back, Mr. Fallout. Fallout, why are you so handsome? What's the secret? What's going on?
I'm not that much, my friend. I'm trying to get on your level. But hey, what a game 6 it was. And the craziest part to me, with 8 squads left, Vicky started to allude to it. I mean, we had Sentinels, we had Space Station, we had G2, and we had TSM all alive. So any of our top 5, 7 teams had a chance to win it. But in the end, it was G2 that's able to inch out a 3rd place finish. This close to 2nd, by the way. And I think that should do it for them. I'm excited for the overall standings, that's for sure, but we have to take a look at the highlights first and foremost. Vicky, talk me through some of your favorite moments in match number 6.
Oh, there are so many. Between the barrels that we had seen set up on those bridges here, and TSM actually opening things up real quickly here. We saw it before. In game number 5, it was a very similar pace for TSM where they wanted to get that quick AP before finalizing their positioning, and this is where they settled for quite some time with Space Station right on top of them. G2 were taking some shots, but here in this moment, this was the most intense moment because this is where TSM had lost out on reps, I believe, here, and Sentinels was able to move forward, but they gave up their high ground, and they put themselves out in the open between so many other squads.
Yeah, and this, of course, this moment right here, the knock comes through from Senox on Monsoon, and Verholst is able to clean up with the Arc Star, a triple kill with one Arc Star. Insane plays from him right there, James.
Yeah, that left me lost for words. I was like, wait, because I saw one player behind where he threw it, and everybody dies. I'm like, what just happened? Just so confused for a second, but that has got to be a glorious, glorious Arc Star. And here we see the Clown in late putting in work, but the Exet Caustic will be doing one better than that. Love to see it late game. I think it's, I have to say, it's a bit off topic, but the Clown skin on Caustic I think is the best skin in the game. And especially just you got this freaky Clown running around in that action. That gives people nightmares. I love it.
Yeah, that's spot on. Hey, one interesting thing, right before we pull up the leaderboards here, I want to actually ask y'all, the decision that TSM, obviously they're a team of two, they're in kind of dire straits, but they made a decision to rotate over to where those buildings were for cover. And I don't know if y'all noticed, but the team that actually ended up winning was XSET, who was in the same positioning that they had. They took that positioning over Complexity after that triple arc star. So you wonder, Vicky, do you think they should have just stayed put and slow played the rotation instead of kind of force that awkward rotation?
It could have been, but I feel like there was so much pressure knowing that there was another squad shooting at them towards their left that they felt like they were so open that they maybe just got ahead of themselves. They wanted to try to prioritize getting into cover more than anything. And that's that quick decision-making that really filters out a lot of these amateur to pro players, where you could see that that quick decision-making is just not easy, even in these high-intense lobbies. So it could have been just a much slower pace that could have actually rewarded them much better. But I feel like that pressure just got to them at the very end.
Yeah, no, that's a great point. You wonder what could have been, because keep in mind, XSET actually pushed that same position and ended up winning the game from the spot that TSM actually had control of as a team of two. But a lot of pressure from Senax to the left, a lot of pressure from G2 and others to their right. I definitely see where you're coming from, Vicky. Well, as a result of that decision, was it enough for TSM with their 10-kill game to outlast G2? And the answer is no. They skyrocket 2 placements to get second place, but G2 is your winner of Pro League Day number 2, Group D versus Group A. Congratulations to the Roller Boys, G2. They lock it up. James, what a performance from G2, but break down the rest of this leaderboard for me.
Yeah, TSM in second place. I think we had some really clutch moments. There's one thing I wanted to mention from Verhulst in one of the early games, maybe game 1, where Reps was dead, Hal was down, and he had some trigger discipline, let an enemy run past, didn't shoot him, just hid in plain sight, rezzed his team, they came third, they got Reps back into the game. Things like that, and that's lightning quick decision making. Really helps TSM stay consistent, not win games and still go deep, and you find them in second place here. Sentinels, another team we were looking for today, make it to third place. Great performance from them. That's where you want to see them, especially with the might they bring into the game. And then you've got some of the newer teams, Dexterity, well, not Dexterity, but all AGG definitely storming straight back up here. That's really great to see. We had a good run from TDG as well, who were not going to be in the top half of this board, but then again, Space Station had some nice games early on. XSET had a nice run towards the end. They're moving into the second half. You got that TDG. They had some consistency, and for their first day, I think they've got to be happy with what they did here. Definitely some things to review and improve from week to week. Nightmare had a good early run as well, of course. Start a fight, took some big scalps early on. So a number of these different teams made some statements, taking names, showing that they're here to fight. They're here to win some matches. They're not here just to be back markers, essentially, and be at the bottom of the leaderboard. So we saw a lot of promise from the new squads and some delivery from the old squads.
Yeah, Challenger Circuit, stand up, that's for sure. Meanwhile, one team that's going to want to do much better, obviously, next time around would wish to kind of replay those 6 games. It's going to be Renegades. Not the best performance from them. They get, I think it was 16th or 15th place, something on the likes. And, of course, obviously, a new team I managed just joining this roster. It's going to take them some time to mold and mesh. I'm excited to see how Renegades bounces back in week number 2, that's for sure. But, Vicky, I got to ask you a question. You want to know why we are the best damn caster analyst team in all of esports?
Yes, what's up? What happened?
We predicted the top 3 teams. All 5 of us called 4 or 5. All 5 of us called the top 3 teams. Obviously, congrats to Tom. We'll do the prediction segment a little later, but congrats to Tom with G2. We called TSM, and then James, you called Sentinels, who ended up getting 3rd place as well. Really, really good showing from those 3 teams, though. And let's take a look at the drop spots for all of these teams as a result of World's Edge. We showed you this summary of Storm Point earlier, and of course, World's Edge, it's what you're used to and familiar with if you've been watching competitive Apex for a while. TSM landing Fragment East. They've been doing it for literally 2+ years at this point. G2 over in Thermal Stations, Renegades in Tree, Sentinels in Sorting Factory, not sorting, which of course is something that they've done for a very, very long time here. Very, very familiar locations and drop spots with the slightly outdated map here that we got on display. But nonetheless, really, really good stuff coming through.
Bring back Mirage Voyage, that's what I say.
Yeah, I'm all about it.
Where the party at?
Actually,
I was like Sorting Factory.
That's where the beef was settled there too. Actually, it's also very interesting to see how G2 was able to actually consistently rotate away from Thermal Station, and notice how a lot of the circles that we had today were on the northwestern side of the map. We had it twice south of Skyhook. We had another one kind of rotate over to the northeast side, but they were able to rotate around. So that's something to note too, because with G2 landing over there, they also have a lot of options available to them when it comes to those rotations. So that's pretty interesting.
Yeah, it's obviously apologies there, y'all. Obviously, it's an outdated map. We informed our production team. We'll get that fixed for next time. But yeah, nonetheless, Sentinels has been dropping Sorting Factory since it was called Sorting Factory. That's all you need to know. But yeah, that's a kind of overview of the entirety of the drop spots in totality here. And as a result of the day's actions, and of course yesterday, we do have the overall regular season Pro League standings available. I'm excited to take a look and see which teams are on top, and it's, of course, G2 and Esports Arena in first and second. 100 Thieves tied with TSM. We'll give them a lot of our household names in esports in first through sixth, but look at this dexterity right there alongside Team Liquid, James.
Yeah, that is fantastic, and of course, Sung being versatile today, taking the Valkyrie in the first half, then giving that to one of his teammates, taking Caustic for the second. It's really interesting, actually, what these teams do from map to map. Shoutouts to Duplex as well. I hear they call him Dupe in the streets.
Also, Dex with Davis wave on that fuse earlier on Stormpoint that we were talking about before, so a lot of flexibility on that roster.
Yeah, you like to see that. Like to see a little bit of a mix there. Dexterity All Glory Gaming alongside Team Liquid in Cloud9. Household names, competitive Apex. That's a great start for those squads. If the Pro League were to end today, we'd have LATAM represented. Mexico. Big Shy, I saw a lot of Mexican fans in the chat. Viva Mexico, nice job from All Glory Gaming, 9th place overall. As we take a look at the bottom side of the stage, of course, 33 through 40, the reason they're in red, well, those are the teams that will be relegated. So super important that those teams start to perform as we go into weeks 2 through 6, Vicky.
Yeah, it's going to be important here, especially with the way that Renegades had performed today. A little shortcoming here for them. They definitely want to review what they could do better here, because I just feel like they were contested earlier on in the middle of their rotations rather early. And, you know, you talk about momentum a lot for a lot of these teams, especially our winning teams going into the following games, but it was a lot of 0 to 100 at the very start of the day. I mean, Space Station went from winning the first game to being the first to get out of the lobby into game number 2. So the consistency was very much swayed throughout the day here for our teams.
Yeah. That is for sure. And obviously, we talked a lot about teams and their team performances, but I'm excited for a discussion here around some of the players, standout players in particular. I'm looking forward to the discussion. And with that, Vicky, I want to start with you. Who, in your eyes, performed incredibly well individually today or made a big impact for their team?
Well, I know we talk about this player a lot, so surprise, surprise, but I'm going to have to give it to Hal because of the call that he made to res reps in the middle of so many teams around them, but also utilizing the fact that the teams were fighting within each other to be able to find that as a distraction to get that res. So in conjunction to Verholz also helping him out, I love the picks that we had seen earlier on too, just being able to shoot that Diva with that turbocharger that was in the replicator today through the bang smoke, but also just the calls and just the rat moves too that we had seen in that game where G2 had taken control over the sniper tower was another real good call, because you even saw that Gent made the call to say, yo, hold on, there is still a rat behind us. We know that Hal is still alive. We have to do something about this. We have to do something before he potentially third parties our opportunity to take this win. So I have to give it over to Hal with some of those shot calls that were made under a lot of pressure.
Yeah, great calls, undoubtedly. No surprise the majority of Hal's clips were on World's Edge, his home, by the way. He's been dominating as the CEO of for quite some time. On the flip side, James, I know you picked a different team, a different individual. Who you got?
Man like Gent from G2. He was like a human diamond drill today, up on the tower, absolutely drilling fools. He was harassing all kinds of players. And again, the decision-making as well, to make the play down when they needed the ammo as well. That is quite a commitment to go all the way down there, but they did it. They got so much KP as well. They were swimming in KP and bullets as well once they got down there and took what they wanted. They took everything by force today, and it was fantastic to watch.
Of course, in his late game as well, going into match number 6, Gentrifying's ability to stay alive and secure that third place finish was obviously crucial. Pretty much easy button on Valkyrie, but this is the game you saw Gent with that 1v3 absolutely melting. There's one, there's two, there's a third, all with both weapons not having to reload either of them, doing nearly 400 damage in a matter of seconds. Of course, his teammates were about to back him up, but that was disgusting. This man, Gent, seemingly taking 1v3s. He performed incredibly well, James. I'm right there with you. And, of course, I love the discussion, love your take and your opinions. Hal, as an IGL, Gentrifying, absolutely fragging and slaying. Let's take a look at what the stats say, though, as I believe we do have a kill leaderboards available to see which players performed, and there you have it. Yeah, you all know your stuff. Did you see the stats page? Be honest. Did you see the
like
page?
a hot knife through butter? Oh man, it was that volt and all that energy. It's just disgusting. It was R-rated.
It was indeed 21 kills for Gentrifying with a Q at the end. Wow, what a performance for him. Imperial Howland second with 18, Senox right after. So again, G2, TSM, then Sentinels was your top 3 in teams, and that's your top 3 in kill standings. But hey, shout out Davis, shout out Stomps. Great performance from them as well. And of course, Xset's Kenny always slaying out and really doesn't always get the recognition he deserves as a top slayer. Xset obviously played and had some really, really good performances last Pro League as well. So good to highlight some of the standout players and who performed well today, that's for sure. Well, Gentrifying dominated in the category of kills. G2 dominated in the category of team performance, and I'm excited here in just a moment we'll have T-Squared live with none other than Gentrifying himself. We'll wait for that to be ready. It sounds like it is just about there. I'm excited to hear from some of the most confident players, some of the best personalities that we got in all of Apex, some of my favorite people that I always love chatting with and hearing from. We got T-Squared live with Gentrifying for an interview.
Gentrify, gentrify, gentrify. The question everyone wants to know, where do you get your strike packs?
Hey, use my discount code. Chat in my command.
Well, hey, you guys popped off today. I kind of want to just dive into the current thought process of Stormpoint and what you're feeling about the current meta of Apex right now.
Meta's kind of all over the place. I mean, you see a Fuse team win a match in Stormpoint. At this point, you can kind of play whatever you want. You just have to have the right team for it.
Do you guys notice that it seems to be, with World's Edge, I was thinking more teams are going to play the Edge because Stormpoint is all about getting into the middle right now. You don't see a lot of teams playing the Edge because they don't know where the flanks are going to come from. They don't know where the teams are going to come from. Right. It's a lot of people just trying to get that end zone knowledge. Were you expecting World's Edge to play a little bit more aggressive, or you were expecting it to play a little bit more passive like it did today?
Definitely more passive. I mean, people are really used to that map and know what spots to play or what they can't play. Stormpoint's kind of all over the place. People are still learning what's playable and what's not.
Let's talk about the end of, I believe it was game number 5, the Volt Devo combo. When you saw the turbocharger was inside of the crafting, what was the thought process for the good old aim assist squad?
Well, I didn't even start the Devo. I picked up from the box. I ran out of ammo for my. I ran out of light ammo, so I just picked up the Devo. Said, screw it, non-turbo. Still worked out pretty well.
I want to get your thoughts on some of the teams that weren't really, on our radar today. What do you think about, Dexterity, AGG? They're kind of up there with some pretty big organizations. How do you feel that they're going to fare throughout the season?
Hopefully they can keep it consistent. I mean, it's always nice to have one good a week, but it's all about being consistent and staying at the top.
Yeah, is this what we're going to expect from G2 going forward? I mean, consistency is definitely key. You guys have always been one of the longest lasting teams. I think that it's been great to see you guys play in full form. Are you guys feeling confident that this is what you guys are going to be able to do going up into the playoffs?
Oh, for sure. Consistency is key, so we got to just keep that mindset.
One other thing I want to ask, last question, is what do you guys think makes your team so special besides, everyone says, your team fighting skills, et cetera, et cetera. What are some things that maybe people that don't watch you guys that you would like them to know about what makes your team special?
I think just chemistry. We've been playing together for a really long time. We just know how each other play, what one's going to do in one situation. And I think a lot of new teams that are forming around for ALGS don't really have that yet.
Hey, that's a page that someone should be taken out of your guys' book. Chemistry, cohesiveness, sticking together as a team always pays dividends. Gent, congratulations on a fantastic day today. Looking forward to seeing you guys play some more.
Thank you for having me.
All right, we're going to toss this back to the desk.
Thanks so much, Tom. Good to get the perspective of the one and only Gentrifying alongside the rest of the G2, formerly known as Aim Assist Squad. Dominant performance today, and really off the heels of a 21-kill game from Gentrifying. He is your Apex Predator for the day. You got to say, if you were giving an MVP award, it'd go to Gentrifying, and James, obviously, you called that.
Yeah, definitely agree with that. It's just so awesome to see such devastation from a relatively vulnerable spot as well. But of course, the guys down below were in an even worse position. But it's there to be great, right? You got to take the risk and get up there in the first place, and they certainly did that. They're like a team of rabid hyenas with rabies, just cannot be stopped. Nothing but W, just full send all the time, and it's great to see.
Best analogy I think you could use. Team of hyenas with rabies. Couldn't agree more. Very well definitive of this squad. But now, great performance overall, of course, from the G2 boys. Also good to get his take as well on kind of current meta being all over the place. Stormpoint still being kind of figured out by pro teams. Any team comp really can work. Any legend comp. You saw Fuse, of course, win a game. So good to see a little bit of diversity overall in the grand scheme of things as well. As you know, I mentioned it earlier, you all called the top 2 Slayers of the day, and who were kind of your 2 standout players. We called the top teams of the day as well. And this is a neck and neck game. We got Tom winning the talent predictions. Kudos to T-Square being the only one going against the grain, picking G2, and they of course performed. TSM right behind them with 58, Sentinels right behind them with 55. I mean, all 3 of these teams ended up being the top 3 teams of the day here, Vicky. And of course, G2 just outlasted.
Man, this is my first losing streak, and I blame Onset for all of this. This all started with Onset yesterday. ESA popped off. They broke records out there with triple digits. Now, I like to see the difference in lobbies that we had seen from yesterday to today, just how close it was in scores for a lot of these teams. And I think it's going to make a great mix-up with when these teams just collide with one another as the season goes on.
Yeah, that's for sure. Any team that Onset picks always does terrible. The man's a living, walking curse. No, just kidding. Mark, for watching. Much love to your brother. But congratulations again to G2. TSM, Sentinels, and some of our kind of standout teams also performing, AGG and others. If you enjoyed the broadcast today, the gameplay today, the weekend, it was one hell of a weekend of Apex action. ESA making history yesterday. G2, TSM, Sentinels neck and neck today. Well, guess what? Next NA broadcast is this Thursday, 5 p.m. Pacific. Make sure to tune in at 8 o'clock Eastern on Thursday. Set your calendars. We'll be back. Of course, we took 2 weeks, the first 2 weeks postponed, so that means we get a lot of Apex over the next couple of weeks. That is for sure. We'll see y'all on Thursday. Make sure, again, to set your calendars, and we'll have more and more broadcasts. The other regions, of course, also having their gameplay broadcasts as well. Make sure to follow us on all things social. The newish Twitter account, twitter.com/PlayApexEsports, run by the one and only Nixie. And, of course, youtube.com/PlayApexEsports for remarkable content. We got the TSM Journey video dropping on the 18th. The 16th. Make sure to check that out. We got the Zach Mazer and Monsoon, myself, Let's Play series that just launched a couple days ago. Make sure to check out that content on YouTube. Hit the follow button if you're here on Twitch as well. And I think that's going to be it for us for the day. Last words, last thoughts before we wrap up. Vicky, starting with you.
I'm actually really happy to see how things shaped up in this first week. I'm excited to see how it's going to play out, if we're going to see more composition changes, because I think Stormpoint just provides so much flexibility for these teams. Like we were hearing Gent talk about before, again, dexterity, they ran Fuse, we saw a lot of the horizon. So I'm excited to see how the composition kind of solidifies over the next few weeks, especially looking that we're going to be on Stormpoint for quite some time.
James?
For me, I would just say tune into APAC North. They've got more fences than your average penitentiary.
Yeah, if Watson's your thing, go enjoy yourself some APAC North. That's for sure. Meanwhile, I just cringe because I remember the Watson meta that was just the most boring version of Apex. I'm just saying, all right, early competitive Apex, Watson, Pathfinder, and Wraith. I hope that never returns. But hey, APAC North's doing their thing. You do see a lot of Watson, that's for sure. But no, jokes aside, that's going to be it for us. Thanks so much, every single one of y'all, for watching. It was one hell of a weekend. Ton of fun and great entertaining Apex games. We'll see you live on Thursday for the next broadcast. And of course, big shout out and thank you to from our entire talent team, myself, Fallout, Vicky, Katie, James, T-Squared, Glitter Explosion, our producer Sebastian, the PGL team in Romania, and of course our lead producer Simona, and the entire Electronic Arts team. Thanks so much, everybody, for watching. We'll see you next time on Thursday for the next Pro League broadcast.